panelists were waiting for you. First, I will invite them and then the moderators. Istanbul Medeniyet University Dean of the Faculty of Political Science, Professor Faruk Bal. Welcome, Professor. Hak, Head of the Halal Accreditation Department, Erdem Başdemirci. Welcome. Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, General Directorate of Food and Control, General Director, Dr. Ersin Dilber. Yes, please, sir. Director General for Product Safety and Inspection from Ministry of Trade, Hakkı Karabörklü. And today, our panelists will be providing us various perspectives, and this session will be moderated by Turkish Standards Institute consultant İlhami Aktürk. The floor is yours, sir. The microphone is off. Microphone is off. So having a very moderating such a strong team, of course, makes me a little bit nervous. So I came up here trembling, and when I saw you, my excitement a little bit increased. I would like to express my warmest greetings to all of you. So the very first Halal Congress was needed in Turkey, and it is fulfilling a very big gap, huge gap in Turkey. So this is why we're having this Congress, and we had a very good opening ceremony yesterday, and it will continue with very important meetings, and hopefully together with some very important panelists today, we'll be bringing blessings, benefits to all Islamic community. Normally, within Islamic speeches, our professors, when they come to rostrums, they do pray, which is a popular one. And it is coming from Quran. And it says, Allah, give me welfare and make my work easy. And make my tongue talk easy so that everything will be easier. Because I translated it, I might have mistakes. But please forgive me, and I would like to begin likewise. Indeed, halal quality infrastructure, as you all know, in terms of accreditation and in terms of certification, and in terms of metrology, it has great importance. So it grows such an important framework. And lab infrastructures support it. But the existence, the raison d'etre of these is trade, facilitation of trade. These are indeed auxiliary supportive modes. The main mode indeed is the safety and reliability of the end product, and establishing such a mechanism to have safe products. So this mechanism is composed of producers, consumers, tradesmen, tradespeople, or military professionals, and the existence of state. So with the existence all of these as a framework, it completed its historical evolution. And it will transform into more developed models, most probably. And as you all know, after Second World War, so the winners of the war established some mechanisms in United Nations. And under United Nations, some organizations were activated. And one of these organizations was World Trade Organization. World Trade Organization indeed is a bilateral functioning mechanism. Its raison d'etre is to facilitate trade in the world. But despite this, from time to time, within the history, with some transformations, transitions, it turned into a mechanism. It may turn into a mechanism which may put barriers in front of trade. So these mechanisms, from their establishment, together with the acquis of EU, Turkey integrated to their legislations. And our general directors here, they are from the very important pillars of those: product safety and security. In Turkey, they're working on product safety. Coordinating ministry is the Ministry of Trade, and product safety and inspection general director is also here. But when we're talking about these issues, history is very important, and history of Islam is somehow should be important. So where are we in terms of trade in the history of Islam? From where to where we had a progression. So this, from starting there, we will end up here in our day. And dear professor, economy professor, and Medeniyet University Dean Faruk is here. I will give him the very first floor, and he will talk about HISPA system. He will enlighten us in terms of HISPA. And the main starting point here is, as you all know, the hadith of our Prophet Muhammad. So when he was visiting a market and he touched grains and he noticed difference between the upper layers and lower layers. And he said something: betrayers are not from us. So this hadith was the reference to HISPA system. So from the very beginning of Islam, and since Ottoman Empire, where our roots are dating back. So sun is shining, there is no importance of the moon anymore. So this is how I'm giving the floor to the professor. I haven't talked about his CV or resume, but maybe he can talk about his resume. Microphone is off. Microphone is off. Mic is off. His mic is off. His mic is off. Mikrofon kapalı. Mikrofonu kapalı. Professor's mic is off. Professor's mic is off. I can't hear the professor. I can't hear the professor. So during Islam, social and economic life in its organization and its regulation, HISPA institution was very important. And for consumers, what HISPA means, I will talk about this. So can I have my slides? If we can use that, it will be very good. I would like to use my presentation. We had a remote here. I will continue. If you can open the presentation, it will be good. Will we see it here? So in market economies, for the stability and for the main function of the market, consumer confidence is very important. Trust is very important. How Islam is doing this? So how did it build consumer trust? Maybe first we need to have a morally upright society, because if people reach the ethics or moral or conscience level you want, or Islam wants, then you can do it. But this doesn't mean that this doesn't happen by just creating a moral society. So some trusted institutions should also be established. So institution of HISPA within the history in Islamic communities built trust and put forward some inspection. So it was the most important institution, and its specialty it is not just auditing economic life. Yes, we will be touching upon its economic sphere, but it also inspects social life. So it inspects the whole spheres of life. Hisba is based on Emri bin Maruf Nehil and Anil Münker. So Islam orders good, bans evil. So it is a very wide organization, and Islam defined it very wide. And Ibn Haldun, for example, so I wanted to take Ibn Haldun as example. So Hisba bans every evil and allows every good. So even narrowing down a street, for example, can be banned, and protecting animal rights is in this. Environmental rules are in this. So it is a very wide perspective. And regulating markets, price stability, and price regulations. I'm not talking about NAR here, so it is something different. So price regulations, metrology standards, anything preventive about deceit or fraud. So they're all going in the perspective of HISPA, we can say. So according to Maverdi, HISPA's responsibilities are divided into three: duties related to the rights of Allah, duties related to the rights of individuals, and duties related to both individuals and Allah. And when we think about the rights of Allah, it is about, of course, practicing, worshipping Islam. This is all about Allah. And when we think about rights of individuals, for example, building roads, it is not just about individuals, it is about everyone. And there are also responsibilities on individuals. For example, one being responsible for their family. So in economic sphere, market surveillance cover too. So it is both spiritual, because it is related with Allah. You are also being punished in the afterlife if you do not fulfill them, but also you are responsible for the human beings. So the inspection, surveillance, standards, regulations in the market, and their inspection, indeed, they cover both rights. Allah rights and also individual or human rights. And in terms of its historical evolution, Prophet Muhammad established Hisba institution because he established the very first market of Muslims and he inspected it. So for that reason, Hisba was established during the time of Prophet Muhammad and also the era of four caliphs. They were also auditing everywhere. So in Divan, in Islamic financial organization, during Omar, it was being shaped. So Hisba shaped back then, but it evolved into its final shape during Amavis and Abbasis, and during their time, they were all in every Islamic communities. And in Ottoman, up until 1826, Hisba institution continued. After that, it also continued. I would like to fix that error. Up until 1826, so it was like of Hisba or Ihtisab. So, or it was like the ministry of Hisba, which regulated markets and also public morality issues. In Ottomans, Ihtisab rules or Hisba rules can be seen in very early times during Beyazıt II in Bursa, Istanbul. So they he issued laws, decrees about these, because these may change from region to region, because there are the orders of Sharia and also Islam. They're all standard, but also there are some local implementations, productions, and trade. So for that reason, at local level, some rules may change. And the decree of Bayezid II dates back to 1500s. Istanbul, Edirne, Bursa decrees, and also Mehmed the Conqueror had some decrees about these two, and also there are some older ones. And up until 1826, it was the Directorate of Ihtisab, and then it turned into a ministry. And Halal Accreditation agency indeed is partially fulfilling the duties of HISPA institution. Religious Affairs Authority is doing some part of it. Inspection and Regulation Authorities are doing some part of it. So it is very fragmented, we may say. And of course, we would like to talk about HISPA institution and consumer trust. When we talk about Islamic community, we see that this community is based on trust, built on trust. And Prophet says, Muslim trusts Muslim. For that reason, this main trust, to build it, to safeguard it, we need to have institutions. And HISPA institution maintained this, ensured this. In economy or economic life, how can it do this? So it serves for forming the rules of ideal market conditions. So what is ideal market? What are the properties of that ideal market? And HISPA is trying to form those. And regarding those, it sets some rules, it makes some regulations, and it sets standards, and it audits it. Of course, making a regulation, making up a system, yes, but they are not enough. Audit is very important, more important. So by fulfilling the audit duty, HISPA was always there during the history. And under three headings, I will be talking about this. First one is it provides us transparency. In an ideal market, this is the most important property that it needs to have: transparency and competitiveness. And lastly, consumer protection. And when we talk about transparency, of course, all dealers and buyers should have the right information about the market product. So this is transparency and competitive environment. So monopolies, cartels, or unfair competition. So preventing these, or hoarding, for example. So this has to be based on moral rules, religious bans. So why transparency is important? Transparency eradicates uncertainty and asymmetric information stemming from uncertainty. Because when there is asymmetric information or uncertainty, then market shrinks, because there is no good products in the market. Low quality products enter the market when there is no price stability, and supply shrinks, and then producers buy bad products in return for higher costs. So there has to be transparency in the market. So this is the very first principle. And for that reason, there are four elements: price stability, so consistent prices, and metrology standards, quality standards for the products and also services, having a certain level of quality and being known by everyone, and right information about a product, from the very own product to its contents, ingredients. So all the pieces of information should be accurate and consistent. And regarding these titles, any information in HISPA, in the very first HISPA documents, we see those. For example, I'm working on some Andalusian experts from the city of Hayyan. Yahya ibn Umar al-Andalusi has documents about this. He was living in North Africa and he gave his fatwas there. And this is the very first written HISPA document of his. And there He talks about quality standards, right information about the products and services, even about dowry of the women he talked about, and regarding metrology, price, money. So he also wrote about this. And we see those there. And also we do see those in the HISPA decrees of Ottoman Empire too. And having a competitive environment. And for this, first, we need to prevent monopolies and cartels. So companies working together, supply being narrowed down, and price control. So this disturbs the market. So it is narrowing the supply and monopolizing black market. They are equally important. Yes, we're talking about it in food, but it is happening about many products. And this gives us a competitive environment and unfair anything causing unfair competition or fraud in the products or providing products different products equal is deception, fraud, and this may not be known by the consumers. And I was dealing with trade too. So photocopy papers, for example, weight should be 80 grams. And when it is produced for 79 grams, and when it is just 499 in one package, not 500, then it causes unfair competition. So we do see this in the very first products of, for example, Bible, and also they were mixing chickpeas, for example, with low quality chickpeas, and it couldn't be differentiated at first. So we love your presentation, but we do have a time limit. So can you please wrap up? So in rule violations, there were some deterrent sanctions. In Ottoman, for example, people were being nailed to their doors from their ears. So these are very deterrent. And also moral and fiqh audit is also very important. Having such a production during Islam according to these rules when producing, and the content is being produced accordingly, and producing safe products, healthy life conditions. So these are also important, we may say. And during our day, we are also facing such issues. And we have come to the conclusion. So our moderator also warned us. We may say that HISPA institution fulfills consumer confidence with those. First, with transparency. So it prevents misinformation. It enables competitive environment by banning monopolies, cartels. It forms standards. It gives price standards. And it protects moral and religious values. And production happens accordingly. So I will conclude my words here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. You shared very important information pieces with us. So Beyazıt II first issued the decree on Thank you very much, Professor. Accreditation is very important. Erdem Başdemirci will talk about it now. So now he is actively involved in Halal Accreditation Agency, and he is the head of Halal Accreditation Department. He was born in Ankara, and after his duty in the Ministry of Economy, he transited to Halal Accreditation Agency, and he also fulfilled some responsibilities under IFAP. And in this meeting, he will talk about halal and its impact on consumer confidence. So he will talk about it. I would like to express my warmest greetings to you. So I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this topic. Thank you very much for coming here and for allocating time. As you mentioned, the topic that I am going to talk about is how halal accreditation increases consumer confidence through reliable certification. In the opening remarks yesterday and during the sectoral and academic speeches, we have always ended up at this point. So all the speakers emphasize the very same things. Accreditation is important for states, industrymen, and everyone, but for consumers, for citizens, it is the most important. And I will build this nexus.
In the first phase, what are we facing here? Why do we need accreditation in this sector especially? We're talking about such an ecosystem that always it is increasing and expanding numerically globally. Even the pandemic period could not undermine this growth. It even reinforced its growth in terms of production and service provision in line with halal food. There is a growing market. Both Muslims and non-Muslim consumers have huge demands. As it was mentioned yesterday very frequently, halal conformity is important, and in certain geographies, for certain groups, we know that certain people demand halal food. It's a very comprehensive sector. Maybe 10 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago, when we talked about halal conformity, we remembered food, but now fodder, cosmetic, pharmacy, products, tourism, accommodation, and transportation services are also the subject matter of halal evaluation, and halal conformity declarations are demanded. Halal conformity issue and the halal conformity issue is very important in international trade negotiations, and it has a determining impact. We have seen it recently during the negotiations between Indonesia and the USA. It was discussed for weeks. The Indonesian government said that the halal conformity for halal conformity production coming from the USA will now have a certain marking. So the USA had a trade negotiation with Indonesia, and they have put the halal issue on the top of their agenda. So in order to ensure facilitation into trade, they have, and Indonesia provided a facilitation for that, and a non-Muslim country also paid importance to this, and we see it in the bilateral negotiations between countries. These were the positive developments. But this market is becoming more important every day, and there are certain problems. What are these? In order to determine halal conformity, we have been talking about the conformity problem for the last 1.5 days. This harmonization problem is also bringing about a mutual recognition problem. What does this bring in practice to us, these two problems? So there is no harmonization and there is no bilateral talking, and the certificates documents cannot talk to each other. So for the consumer and the industrialist, it causes a confusion, and it also causes fragmentation for consumers and the industrialists. For the market actors in Muslim and non-Muslim countries, we can interpret it in different ways. This fragmented structure, what does it bring in the Muslim countries? The national requirements are different from the international requirements. A producer in a Muslim country gets a halal conformity declaration. Based on the same declaration, the producer has problems in integrating it internationally. In the non-Muslim countries, there's a regulation problem. Yes, we are a non-Muslim country and we are a minority, they say. The Muslim community says that we are a minority in this non-Muslim country. It is the same for the consumers and the producers. How are we going to do this in this non-Muslim country? Because the framework, the standards are not there, are not in the non-Muslim country. There is no national standard or national regulation in non-Muslim countries. So how are we going to produce our products, and how are we going to exist in this market, they say? In terms of consumers, what are these problems that we have talked about? We can talk about them now. So the thing that I mentioned before is regarded with this, with the programs, and the programs about halal conformity is different. So the standards are different and the certificates and the declarations are different. And this differentiation are, of course, causing a problem of communication between the people and the enterprises and those producer groups as well. So, and in terms of verification of being halal, it causes a problem. So, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, what kind of problem is arising for the consumers? The consumers want to have halal food, and the consumers have problems in verifying that the food is halal, because there are some ununderstandable halal declarations. An advertisement, if there's an advertisement about the halal product, it should be verified. This declaration, this advertisement, is this trustable? Is this trustworthy? So it can cause a confusion in the minds of the consumers. So all of these problems, confusion, coordination problems, and regulation problems are there. So how can we solve it? The accreditation is the solution here. It provides us a system, and it provides a control and a verification. The verification and control of the conformity evaluation, and the regulation and control of the halal certification system. So there are three basic principles. The first one is competence, the second one is impartiality, and the third one is consistency. So based on these three things, accreditation ensures that the certification activities are provided to the end users, and accreditation is based on international standards. There's an international normative framework, and at the end of the day, all of these conceptual accomplishments provide us an institutional credibility. Who does this accreditation? There are some exemptions throughout the world, but usually a public authority does this. And this public authority has some characteristics. It's independent. It's a non-profit it has a non-profit structure. It monitors compliance with all the standards. And when required, when it is providing this accreditation service, it has some sanctions, and we are expecting this public authority to implement the sanctions, and it also safeguards public trust. In our country and in the other Muslim countries in the halal area, the public authorities that have these characteristics are carrying out accreditation processes. What are the accomplishments of this activity? There are 6 main accomplishments. First of all, there is a resource reinforcement. The accredited certification institution is accredited. Their processes are effective, and it means that qualified auditors are carrying out this activity. It also shows that if there's an accreditation, it means that there are transparent and impartial certification procedures. And when there's an accreditation, it means that there's a consistent decision making. And there's also a reliable monitoring mechanism in accreditation. And when there is accreditation, it means that there is accountability, because there is an authorized certification institution, and that institution has a responsibility of accountability. And the accreditation authority can impose sanctions if there is a problem of accountability. And the last one is about demonstration of Islamic integrity and sensitivity. When there's an accreditation in an institution, it means that they have Islamic sensitivities and they are demonstrating it in all of their activities. So I'm reaching the end of my presentation. We talked about the content of accreditation and the benefits of accreditation. There are macro and micro benefits. So the macro level benefits are as follows. When we look at gains of the producers, the production costs in halal production will decrease. They will enter into the market easily. And in terms of their conformity internationally, they have a better and robust prestige. And among the real sector actors, there is harmonization in the halal ecosystem, and this harmonization brings about the following. The worldwide global supply chains are stronger. So from A to Z, the product can go through all of these points in the strong global supply chain. And when there is such a strong structure like this, the credibility of the Muslim consumers and producers will increase globally. So I want to emphasize something here. There are 4 main benefits for consumers. The biggest problem for consumers was to verify the halal declaration. It can be due to a conformity declaration, or it can be about an advertisement. The verification is the biggest problem. So there is a label there, there's an advertisement material, but is it really halal or not? So this accreditation brings about more transparency. If there is a product which is not halal and which is deceptive, accreditation can bring about protection. And there will be sanctions, there will be legal framework that are put forward by the public authority. So at the end of the day, more trustworthy halal labels will be used, and the consumers will be able to have access to them effectively. And in terms of the implementation of the standards, the consumers will know that there is a halal declaration for different products. But for each product, I know that in a consistent manner, based on international standards, there are certificates and declarations that are given by an accreditation institution, and there is a consistent implementation that is carried out by a transparent and impartial public authority. So, what does halal accreditation bring about in terms of trust of consumers? First of all, it ensures that reliable halal certification systems are in place. And secondly, the consumers and citizens who want halal products will be able to have access to halal food in a trustworthy manner. In the Muslim countries, or the producers in the non-Muslim countries, or the consumers in the non-Muslim countries, and all the structures in this ecosystem will be supported at the micro level. They will be strengthened at the micro level, and moreover, it ensures consumer trust, and enterprises and the certification institutions are subject to an audit mechanism accreditation. So at the highest macro level, different halal markets in different regions will be able to talk to each other in a very healthy manner. So here there is a summary. So these four elements are affecting each other like a chain. At the end, we have the consumer, the end user. The consumer wants to have a product or service with halal conformity. There's a certification which will ensure this. A certification can ensure that a product or a service has conformity. This goes for the halal food and the other sectors as well. Usually there are private enterprises and they make a declaration about the halal conformity of the food or the service. But this certification institution, the stakeholders on the left at the bottom, will carry out these activities in an impartial and transparent manner. So there is a public authority which will ensure that these procedures are carried out in line with the standards. And at the bottom, there's a key message. Accreditation validates the certification bodies, and thus it ensures that halal certificates are trusted by the consumers more. I'd like to conclude my presentation here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Erdem, for this enlightening information. In the year 1999, Çanakkale Cement had 9 different ISO documents. So according to every country they're exporting to, they had the challenge to acquire a different document. Turkey, after it established TÜRKAK, Turkey Accreditation Agency, and after it's become a member of European Accreditation Agency, this problem was solved at the international arena by the exception of one single document, and this ensured the facilitation for all exporters. And halal accreditation, in parallel to international mechanism, with the contributions of our ministry, with the establishment of Halal Accreditation Authority, we solved the very first step. The second step is, after the leadership of Halal Accreditation Agency, it was establishing an IFHAP, which is an international mechanism. So IFHAP is established de facto, but it's being fully functional. After it's being fully functional, I hope that this fragmented documentations, certifications, and this fragmented standardization challenges will be removed, and this mechanism will be more comfortable both for consumers and tradespersons and producers. And at this very point, Halal Accreditation Authority Agency has many efforts. I do witness them, and thank you very much for all your efforts. So, in the end of the day, we're always talking about the safety of products in Turkey, whether produced in Turkey or imported. So we talked about quality infrastructure mechanism, but after product is in the market, some challenges, problems may continue. And in terms of product safety and market surveillance and audit mechanisms become very important. And for this, we are going to listen Dr. Ersin Dilber, General Director of Food Safety and Control. He will talk about safe food and healthy society. So, food is prone to deception, and it is a mandatory consumption area. And you do know about the problems happening in this field, and Mr. General Director will enlighten us for all of these. But Mr. General Director was born in Ordu, Black Sea. Sorry, he was registered to Ordu, but he was born in Giresun, and he was educated in the field of agriculture, but for a very long time, he is working under the Ministry of Agriculture. After becoming a department head, he transited to the duty of being a general director. Yes, please, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Before I begin, I would like to express my warmest greetings to everyone in the room. We have some international participants. We do have public institutions, academicians, and very patient guests in the room, so I would like to welcome them all. And I would like to continue likewise. Of course, our international guests will also learn it. Some colleagues in the room may not know it too, so I would like to first put forward an argument. In Turkey, so Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for food safety, and our Directorate of Food and Control. And halal food is under the responsibility of Ministry of Trade. But in some other countries, there are some food safety agencies, so it is different in Turkey. So in Turkey, we do live in a Muslim country. So first of all, I would like to say, may Allah's blessings be upon you all. So we are gathering here for a very important topic. So in Turkey, we're trying to provide safe food to our people, not just certified products. As we have our guests here in Turkey, the products you consume, in the way that you will not be ambiguity of products being halal or haram, considering Muslims and non-Muslims in our country, we want all the products to be consumed in Turkey to be halal. So we are such an agency. So market surveillance and audit, we are responsible for that. We are one of the 7 institutions, and we are the only authority which is also organized at the local level, district level. So we are based in 81 provinces, 922 districts, and 41 labs, and 14 private labs. And also we are responsible for border control. So all animal and plant products, we are responsible for their mobility. Of course, this is important. And I do know that our participants are from the food sector, and we're responsible for food codex in Turkey. And the concept of codex or code may make you think about non-halal products too. But in Turkey, when we were writing Turkish food codex, we did not forget that we were living in a Muslim country. In every legislation we make, we think that we are preparing a codex for a Muslim country with Muslim population, and in harmony with Muslim codex, we are making it. Of course, we are responsible for the approval and registration of all food enterprises in Turkey, and even from Teflon pans to glasses. So from bags to papers, we do audit everything, anything touching food. So we are approving their conformity, and also what animals eat. Feed inspections are under us, and conformity assessments are under us. Of course, you may remember us with food inspections, but regarding plant products, regarding plant processed products, border trade, or pests, pesticides, their licenses, approvals, their biological availability, activity, their harms on human health, or risks directly coming from plants. We are trying to eliminate those risks too. So we are known as the gendarmerie or the inspectors of our ministry. So food control It's not a law enforcement in Turkey, but we have a high level of mandate or inspection authority. We have more than 8,000 inspectors, and they are all graduates of university. We do make a risk-based assessment. For example, when we are talking about HISPA, professor talked about not selling rotten food. So we are responsible for that. So we prevent these products from being sold. And we do have a risk-based annual program, and we're making partial use of AI, and according to the risk levels of the enterprises. For example, if so the risks for a slaughterhouse, poultry slaughterhouse, and a coffee are not the same because poultry can produce bacteria on its own. So in a poultry slaughterhouse is being inspected 5 times, but a coffee shop is being inspected just once. In developed countries, they're being visited, for example, once, but we go them twice a year. Any toxins, pesticides are being inspected by us. And these figures are not important, maybe, but I would like to emphasize that we do have at least a university graduate, 8,000 inspectors, among whom we also have PhD graduates. And yearly we make 1.3 million inspections. So it is a very high figure. I skip those because this is not related with international guests, but especially during Ramadan, where collective consumption increases, where we cook more at home, so we increase our inspections. In Muslim geography, by not forgetting that we are living in a Muslim world, Muslim geography, in terms of food, to provide safer food to our people, we're doing our best. And during these inspections, as Professor said, we're fully transparent. Any citizen can even call us by phone, and we do share our inspection results with the public. Sometimes they're on the agenda. For example, olive oil. So it's contained, for example, seed oil, or from aromatic herbs, a wheat, for example, appeared. So you hear such news from time to time. So we are dealing with those. Our inspectors working for provincial directorates and also our labs are sharing those with you. So we do have 41 public labs and 97 private labs, but they are being inspected by our Ministry of Agriculture. And during exports and imports, to make more analyses, there are also some private labs, but they're under our inspection. As the other professors said, if for example, people are selling pork, or if they are, for example, selling, for example, adulterated food. So we are fighting with those people continuously. And after giving them to the judiciary, we sanction them. First, we sanction them, then we send them to the prosecutor's office, and then we share them with you. So this is a transparent website. So from your smartphones now, if you write our name of our web page, you can find it. So in our labs, if people deceive you, if they try to include haram in their products, they find us in front of them. And we make 29 million analyses a year. So this is very important. Please ask our international guests. This is a huge number. And the people coming from food agencies, please talk to them. So this is a very huge number. So 29 million analyses. So it costs 29 million if they cost 1 million a analysis. So these analyses may sometimes cost 500,000 or more. So it is very huge. And our inspections are transparent, and we're trying to use digitalization. And we use cameras in our inspections to get rid of any problems between inspectors and producers. We do pilot these cameras in some provinces at the moment, but in the end of the year, we will be having all recorded inspections in the end of the year. And regarding enterprises, we made a regulation. So a person who's an farmer will not be able to buy pesticides anymore. And this will be also applicable in whole Turkey this year. And in your phones, if you're using Android, iOS, so when you are in their stores, please write güvenilir gıda. So you may write it later too. So we do have such an application. And for 85 million people in Turkey, we may miss something in our inspections, but if you notice a non-conformity, share with us. We say we're fully transparent. We may not see everything. We may not observe everything. So I may go home at 5 o'clock after work, but at 10 o'clock you may buy something from a market. Please send us. Please photo it, take a photo of it, send us. So it is transparent. So we do have announcements on this webpage too, an application too. And there are information about food, so you may contribute to it, but this application can also be used for your tips. And when we receive tips from this application, we can catch some very high levels of non-conformities thanks to you. And please do not expect us inspecting all complaints, because call centers might have their very own challenges. Sometimes some issues are related with some other ministries. It might be about trade, money, or for example, people may complain about animal food in front of the enterprises. So, but I'm responsible for the inside, not the outside. So we do filter the complaints and we do find some non-conformities. Indeed, you are witnesses to those. You see the public announcements, this happened, that happened, adulterations, and please use the system if you would like to help us. And I am now speeding up. And in a Muslim country, to prevent people from playing with legislations, we do have some sanctions. People before were using, for example, melted cheese for making sandwiches by saying that it was another kind of cheese. And they were playing with the words. For example, they were saying that it is in the flavor of butter, but indeed it is made with palm oil. But they're using that it contains flavor of butter. So we banned this. It doesn't contain pomegranate, but it says it contains pomegranate juice, or it says it contains lemon, but there's no lemon juice in it. So we feel the responsibility of what we cannot do, and we have such colleagues. And Turkish food codex is beyond, maybe thought beyond halal, but in Turkey, including myself, because we are all Muslims and my colleagues are also Muslims, we are paying attention to the sensitivities of consumers and the legislation. So we may deviate from the codex. There is the Codex Alimentarius, which is the umbrella. So we deviate from it from time to time in terms of pork and pork in the ingredients, alcohol and alcohol ingredients. So we do differentiate our legislation for these. But 10%, 5% when we include the number of tourists coming to our country. So during tourism season, if people would like to also consume pork, this has to be cooked in another unit with separate labeling in the way that it is visible. So this can be done. And sometimes you may see it. So in the markets, if there are pork products, you may not find it abundantly, but if there are, it is under our inspection. In Turkey, any traditional products like salami, sausages, or sucuk, or döner, for example, they cannot be made of pork. This is very important. So, for example, nobody can ask for pork döner. So these are the traditional, and they cannot include it. If they would like to, for example, would like to eat bacon or prosciutto, then they can find it in some hotels or in some special parts of markets. Every additive in enzymes, aromas, flavors in the food, if it is risky that they're coming from pigs, then we control it at the border and also internally. And regarding jellies, for example, there is a certain perception. There are some misperceptions, like it is made of pork gummies. I mean, so its raw material is coming from skins of the animals, but including the factory. To prevent it from being pork, we do carry out inspections. And I would like to also emphasize that we are not just inspecting in Turkey. If enterprises would like to sell us food, animal-born food, and if these are international companies, we go and inspect them too. And any country exporting meat to Turkey, if in the slaughterhouse, if there is no Muslim butcher or slaughterer, then we do not accept that meat. If they are not sensitive about Islamic sensitivities, we do not buy it. So we do have some other colleagues from other countries. So whatever needed in Muslim countries, we also implement it. I would like to especially mention this. So for you to provide halal food, we are working day and night. If we miss something, God forgive us, of course. Allah forgive us. And I'm coming to the end. So in terms of alcohol, we also work, for example, in certain type of food. For example, they buy throat sprays. If they use alcohol, this has to be mentioned in the label. So here you see me, just me, but behind me I have a lot of colleagues and they are more sensitive. And we control it, everything. Thank you very much for your patience. We do inspect and for what you eat. We're responsible for food safety. We do have responsibility for not what we do, but what we can't do. So sometimes I also get checked some products specifically. Let's inspect together. Thank you very much.
Sayın Genel Müdürüm, bu bir saniye lütfen.
Just a moment, I will give you the floor. Just a moment, please. Distinguished General Director, thank you very much for this informative speech. You mentioned important issues, important figures. One of them was 29 million analysis per year. This is a serious amount of work. Maybe our guests do not know, but we know it very well that the food reference laboratories are under the Ministry of Forestry and they are very strong laboratories. The other laboratories that are outsourced are also good laboratories in their area, and this gives us a strength. 300,000 samples are being taken each year, and this increases from time to time, and this is a critical evaluation, and 10,000 auditors are working in the field. I would like to thank you for this. Distinguished General Director, in terms of the halal food, we need more support from your competent experts. Please don't deny this support. There was a question by a gentleman, but if you allow me, please, let's have the last presentation. Okay. Microphone, please. We cannot hear the speaker. Microphone, please. The question cannot be interpreted because there is no microphone. In imported products, I don't need a halal certificate. Let's say I receive meats from abroad. I'd buy it through a state institution. I cannot accept it without typing it. Is it pork or is it a meat? Is it veal or is it a meat of a horse? Even the public authority brings that meat, I have to check it. Or if meat comes illegally, that's not the subject point of today, but all the official entries into the country are going through border control. But if there is a food or food product, then the authority of checking it is belonging to the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have veterinary control and food control, and we are very sensitive about animal food products, and the control of the audit is made at the border because we are very sensitive about this. Thank you very much for your questions. I will not allow for the questions now because we would like to have the last presentation and then get your questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished General Director, for this very comprehensive speech. Mr. Hakkı Karaböklü, he was born in Kayseri, Saris. He graduated from Kayseri University and then Ankara University, Political Sciences Department. He worked as a trade attaché in Sydney and Moscow, and as far as I know, he's the oldest, general director in the area of food product controls. He has been working in this area since 2018. And is also a member of the management board of the Halal Accreditation institution. I'd like to give the floor to you, Mr. General Director. Thank you very much. I would like to greet all the participants with respect. I would like to thank all of you. So as of the current situation, I would like to summarize the product safety system in Turkey.
Daha iyi mi?
Can we turn off the microphones? There's an echo. Before we move on to the existing system, I would like to talk about the customs union agreement that we have with the European Union. In 1995, we signed a customs union agreement with Turkey, with the European Union, and after that, so we have harmonized our product safety legislation in line with the EU acquis. So we updated our laws, and we have been updating our legislation in line with the EU acquis. And as for the quality infrastructure, we also established the quality infrastructure in line with the EU system, EU acquis. As you know, the product safety system consists of quality infrastructure elements at the beginning, and the most important element of this is its standardization, technical regulations, accreditation, metrology, and then product safety audits. So, pharmaceutical equipment, medicines, food products, and toys, all the products have technical regulations, they are prepared, and all the produced or imported products have to abide by these technical regulations. As you know, Turkstat is a standardized competent authority. Turkish Standards Institute. So when the technical legislation harmonization started in 1996, we have identified the legislations to be harmonized with the EU acquis, and these technical regulations and arrangements have been harmonized by the relevant ministries, and this legislation is being implemented by our country. After technical regulations are put in place, you have to produce in line with them, so you need a quality infrastructure. When we look at the elements, the first is standardization, conformity assessment, accreditation, and metrology comes after that. We have the standardization institution, and the conformity assessment institutions are consisting of institutions that are working based on trade principles. What do they do during the production and the design of the product? The regulations must be abided by. So they check whether the product is produced according to the standards or not. It can be a product, it can be a service, it can be the personnel. Currently in Turkey, there are more than 1,500 accredited certification institutions like laboratories and certification institutions, and 69 of them are the approved authorities with regard to CE marking. So, in order to identify whether the conformity assessment institutions are working in line with the standards or not, so we have established the accreditation system in line with EU, and TÜRKAK, the accreditation authority, other than the halal food, are accrediting these institutions. And metrology, scientific metrology, is done by the Metrology Institution, and the Ministry of Industry is also included. And in the area of industrial metrology, these conformity assessment institutions are carrying out activities. So I'd like to talk about notified bodies now. They carry out the conformity assessment. They work in two ways. The conformity assessment institutions are working two ways. The first group is as follows. The risky products in line with the EU acquis has to be done by the notified bodies. They are accredited bodies, and they have an identity number of 4 numbers, and they carry out the conformity assessment about these products. The other conformity assessment institutions cannot be involved in the conformity assessment of these products about CE marking. As for the non-risky products, thus, the EU allows for the certification of the products by any conformity assessment institution or the company's institutions. Yes, you said that Muslim countries are based on trusts, and Islamic institutions are based on trust. And the General Director talked about the adulteration in products. And some people are using illegal products, illegal elements on purpose, and they mentioned adulteration. So when we have the quality infrastructure, when the products abide by these guides and standards and technical regulations, because we have prepared these standards and regulations, if everybody works based on trusts, if everybody does trade in line with these rules, there will be no need for audit, because all the paths are identified, the paths are determined for the companies. The companies and economic enterprises have to abide by these rules and standards, but unfortunately, as they don't abide by these standards and regulations, most of the time they don't abide by it deliberately. Maybe it's because of some profit-related purposes, or because of various reasons they opt for not abiding by these rules. So halal accreditation and halal practices will be an important element for these companies to abide by the standards and rules in line with religious sensitivities. I mean, in an ideal world, it has to be based on trust. Normally, in an ideal world, you identify the rules and everybody is expected to act in line with the rules. But this is not the case, so there are audits and inspections. So, are the products in line with technical regulations during the release of the product to the market, and also in the post-release period there is inspection? And if we're talking about an import, the imported goods also must be in line with our rules. So we have risk-based inspection in imports. The consumers, the users are consumers. We're not talking about the products that are used by professional operators. We are focusing on the products that are used by consumers at large. On one hand, we are trying to protect the health of the consumers, and we are also trying to prevent any unjust competition among the companies. But it's not possible to inspect all the products at import, so we are focusing on the risky products. So this is a risk-based assessment. There was a question addressed to the General Director. So regarding that, I'd like to say that traditionally, all the products produced in Turkey have to be halal, and we assume that they are halal. So we are not checking the halal marking because we know that all the legislations were prepared in line with halal rules, and this product is imported based on these rules. But this is about the free circulation of goods. Some Muslim people are living in the non-Muslim countries. So halal marking and halal certificate arose because of the requirement for these Muslim people living in non-Muslim countries. But in Turkey, halal marking is not compulsory. But together with the legislation of the Halal Accreditation Institution, in order to ensure that the rules are functioning properly, and in order to ensure that these products are really halal food and not to identify that they are certified by the relevant authorities, halal marking, so halal food is inspected. So, Halal Accreditation Institution, the Ministry of Agriculture is involved in an activity with us. There is a communique that is ready to be published. If there is a halal marking on the product, we will inspect it during imports. The second issue is the public surveillance that we do domestically, and this is also risk-based. As the chairman of the session has mentioned, the General Directorate has harmonized the legislation, and the coordination is also done by our ministry. So under the coordination of our ministry, 9 ministries are doing these inspections in line with their area of responsibility in terms of products. We have a system. Each year until January, February, and March, all the ministries notify us the results of the public surveillance activities. We publish it, and it is made public to the consumers, so the consumers can see which products are regarded as risky products and which products must be paid attention. That's another issue that I would like to mention. We are not only thinking about our own citizens. We believe that all the people around the world have a right to consume quality products, and we want to increase the image, the credibility of the Turkish products. So in 2020, with the new legislation in public safety, we have a new practice. If a product is going to be exported to a third country, okay, in line with our legislation, it doesn't have to be in line with the relevant technical regulation, but still, these products must be safe. They should not be adulterated food. There should not be information that is deceiving the consumer in the label. So we have commercial quality inspections in agricultural products. And as for the other products, if there is a complaint that we receive from our embassies and consulates, if the importer country sends us a complaint, our ministry and the relevant institution are included in a commission. We listen to the company, we take their defense, and if there is a crime committed, so we have sanctions imposed because we want to protect the image of Turkish commodity, because Turkish commodity has a very good image and prestige. So we want to protect it. I'd like to talk about tariffs. There's a risk control system in which we carry out product safety inspections on import. Within the framework of a communique, Ministry of Agriculture also has inspections. They are not within the framework of tariffs, but together with that, 8 or 10,000 out of 20,000 are inspected. The market surveillance institutions and the ministries are working in coordination during these inspections. Our purpose is to ensure product safety, and we want to produce safe products which will be accepted by the other countries, and we want to ensure that there is a conformity marking which will be accepted by the other countries. So we want to prevent any problems in imports. So I'd like to mention Halal accreditation issue as well. As you know, all of our technical regulations, as the General Director mentioned a few times, all of them are in line with human health, security, environment, energy efficiency. Our technical regulations require these, and together with the together with the circular economy, these products have to be recycled. They have to have endurance. They have to use recycled elements in them. So our technical regulations are protecting the human beings, environment, animal health. So the products with Halal certification bring about Islamic sensitivities. So they are in line with human honor, decent human honor. I hope with this practice, people will act more morally and in line with these rules, and they will not be deceiving people. I hope these activities will support this. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Sayın Genel Müdürüm çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sizin de
Thank you very much, Mrs. General Director. So we haven't used the time very efficiently, but Mr. General Director gave us a warning. So regarding food product safety and inspection, I mentioned 7 ministries, but he talked about 9 institutions. 7 ministries. I'm making this correction because he's right. Energy Markets Regulatory Authority and Information Technologies Authority. They're also responsible for product safety and inspection. So in total, it is 9 ministries, 2 institutions. Sorry, 7 ministries, 2 institutions. So making 9 in total. Thank you very much for this correction. So during this session, we'll listen to very enlightening information. I hope it was beneficial for you too. In the end of our session, we'll have a 5 minutes questions and answers part. So we have a gentleman here. I would like to start with you. Please introduce yourself and then your question. Sabir Soylu from the Ministry of Trade. Thank you very much. Congrats for your work. So especially for our Saudi Arabian colleagues, I would like to give a recommendation. So remembering the years 1453 and 1920. So maybe they can come and manage the authority here. And why is there no statistics about camel meat in terms of halal food? Microphone is off. Moderator's mic is off. So in imports, we do not know if we have camel meat, and we do not have too much internal production. In Turkey, it can be inside, it can be slaughtered, it can be sold, but it is a matter of choice. In Aydın, for example, it is consumed. In Antalya, it is consumed, but it is very local, limited. So it is about taste or palate. But camel meat, when it comes to camel meat, so some countries would like to sell camel meat to us, but they are not complying the standards. But if they want to, we can of course find some alternatives. Any other questions? Any other questions? Yes.
My question and comments regarding the Dr. Farooq Bal presentation. I really appreciate the presentation, the way he concluded the Sharia references, particularly the Halal conformity assessment system. When we talk from Sharia perspective, whenever the word Halal comes, it directly goes to the Huququllah, the rights of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we have from Sharia point of view the information, al-khabar, and then the testimony, al-shahada, and then we have the qaza, the halal certification system, and we have the wilaya, the halal accreditation system. So coming to the accreditation system, we have the two types of wilaya and the absolute command and authority which is given from Sharia to the halal accreditation bodies. And these are the two types, al-wilayatul amma and al-wilayatul khassa. So I would like to appreciate and add that whenever we use the word halal in halal for halal ABs and halal CBs, and we evaluate the raw material system, so to take care about the Sharia regulations and principles that are applicable to the rights of Allah. So my request and my question to can we elaborate more in this way and value addition to the halal accreditation system from these four types of Sharia principles and regulations. Thank you very much.
Soruyu tam olarak
Indeed, we couldn't understand the question fully.
again repeat.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I appreciated the presentation of Dr. Farooq, and really when he explained from Sharia point of view the system of Hisba in the halal accreditation. And then I would like to add that whenever we talk about the status of halal, the halal mark, or halal logo, or halal accreditation, or halal certification, or halal recognition, so it comes under the four categories that are really defined by Sharia. The first one is information, that is called in Arabic al-khabar, and then the second one that is called in Arabic ash-shahada, and we use this terminology in the practices in the audits and inspections that are related directly to the halal CBs. And then the third one is qaza, that as the judgment where the court and the decrees which are released by the court. So this authority is given to the halal CBs. In the fourth one, which is the highest and the top absolute authority, which is given by Sharia, is the responsibility of the accreditation bodies. And that is called in Sharia al-wilaya. In Sharia, there are two types of wilaya. Al-Wilayatul Amma and Al-Wilayatul Khassa. Al-Wilayatul Amma means the absolute authority which is given by Sharia to the government, to the authorities, to the ABs. And Al-Wilayatul Khassa, which can be customized. So once again, thanks for the presentation. And my request to add these points to the HASMA system to the applied to the Halal accreditation and Halal conformity assessment system. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Aslında bu
Indeed, in Halal accreditation, what is tried to be done is the integration of Sharia. So it is being worked on. And HISPA institution, of course, it has a very wide scope. And when we look at the historical conditions of it, it could be under one single umbrella. So all inspections of social life, economic life can be under one single umbrella, especially up until industrial revolution. Economic life, social life was not this complex. But it is simpler. There were just agricultural societies, and raw material was coming from agriculture and mines, and artisans and tradesmen were functional. So this is not just valid for Muslim geography, but all communities. But after Industrial Revolution, what happened? We do not opt for calling it sometimes Industrial Revolution, but more complex structures appeared, so that HISPA institution and its responsibilities were fragmented or distributed to the institutions. Can you do it under one single institution? Of course you can do it, as Ottoman Empire did in 1826. So you may establish a HISPA ministry, and social life can be audited, economic life can be audited, but it may create some challenges too. So for that reason, separating or differentiating these duties more reasonable in our day. Accreditation agency indeed is fulfilling that duty. So in terms of halal, in terms of production, ingredients and use, so their halal processes are being inspected by HAK. But there are also places where there is HISPA nowadays, but in those places, it is not a comprehensive authority, but it is mostly auditing social life, like morality police. Thank you very much, Professor. Our guest, he made an evaluation about HISPA, Sharia, and its ramifications to today. But he talked about for Republic of Turkey, it mandates a paradigm shift. Under this system, this Islamic system is being distributed to some other institutions. That paradigm shift is something different. So after the meeting, maybe you can discuss that mutually. Yes, please. You, yes, with green tie. Microphone is coming. Ibrahim Ilham from the Presidency of Religious Affairs. So in terms of imported meat, in 1997, Majmua Fiqh Islami has a decision. So in Muslim countries, especially with the majority of Muslim countries, the meats can be imported without any condition on butchers or slaughterhouses. If I'm not wrong, in our imported meat legislation, the meat to be imported should be cut according to our traditions. So halal slaughter, there is no halal slaughter condition here. Can we edit? I would like to ask. And it is deemed appropriate or enough for them to be slaughtered by Muslims, but they have to be slaughtered according to Islamic laws or rules. So can the ministry assign such experts for them to be ready during the slaughter? This is one question. The second question is in halal certifications, especially the enterprises are not obliged to use halal labels on their products. Can we make it mandatory and can we add a square code to the labels from whom it was bought? What is the duration to that label? Yes, please, Mr. General Director. Microphone is off. Mr. I don't know in which department you are working, but so we have fatwas from your presidency in our ministry, but sometimes we receive official letter fatwas. So when we see a different implementation in one country, first we approve a halal slaughtering enterprise. If a slaughterhouse does not have a halal infrastructure, we don't approve them. When we are bargaining with the countries, the very first condition is a questionnaire. Maybe the most important question is about halal slaughter. The times can also change. People may change. So we're not making that decision. We are getting that decision from your presidency. Because I do not have, or I might have the fiqhi information about this, but I am not the authority. We are getting the fatwas from you. But all the slaughterhouses we're buying from are also bought from by our Saudi or Qatari brothers and sisters. And we send at least 3 veterinarians to these enterprises. They are Muslims and they wait when the animals are being slaughtered. In terms of being halal, we're doing our best. So we're not just stopping at Muslim butcher. We have to trust people, and we do send trusted people to these duties. And halal labeling is up to Halal Accreditation Agency, but for food labeling, everyone has a request. EU, for example, for years uses traffic light labeling. Half of the society accepts this, half of it not. So everyone would like to attach a logo or a square code. So the society cannot bear this load. So minimum consumer, we are preparing our labels according to the minimum consumer information or awareness. I would like to emphasize this. And halal labeling. Mr. General Director, I don't know if they would like to add something, or Zafer is here. They can add something. If you allow me, I would like to add that, yes, sometimes we receive such requests, especially from people, halal certified producers. It is not mandatory putting a label. Sometimes for producers, this might be problematic. For the exporters, especially, because when they insert halal label to their products, they may face some ramifications or reflections, and this may compromise the reputation of the halal logo. So it is on a voluntary basis at the moment. But if halal awareness increases in some other countries too, and when this awareness is up to the level of states, then this may widen. But sometimes this may compromise the interests of the producers. SMIC, affiliated to OIC, when they are building their standards, they are taking the recommendations of Islam Fiqh Academy. And here we are taking the recommendations of the Presidency of Religious Affairs, because different professors may have different approaches, but as consensus in our country, High Board of Religious Affairs fatwas are respected. We have to respect them. Thank you very much. So, one last question, because we have exceeded the time limit totally. The related people will hit me up soon, if I may say so. There are two hands here. I will prioritize the lady, but I will also give the floor to you. Hello, first of all. Thank you very much for this conference. Özge Şehitoğlu. In Turkey, we are working in the confectionery sector because we're exporting to 5 countries. We are getting 5 halal labels for our Turkey factory. You gave a very good example for a cement factory for ISO documents. So in the past, they needed 5 different documents. For food sector, I would like to ask this question. So for example, for Saudi Arabia, SFTA, Malaysia, Indonesia, JAKIM, accreditation lists are needed for halal bodies to be in their lists. Is HAK working on this? Because we are receiving inspections for 85 days a year, and we are inspected by these halal accreditation agencies to facilitate the sector. What are you working on? We want to learn. Thank you very much. Indeed, the ultimate goal of these conferences will be this, and ultimate concern of these conferences is this. As you mentioned, yes, we do know that exporters have such concerns. How to solve this? You gave the example of cement. And between different countries, there might be some different conformity assessments, and for their mutual recognition, there has to be an institutional mechanism. In Turkey, there is an EA structure, and Turkey is a member of it. A conformity assessment or analysis result can be recognized, mutually recognized by some European authorities. In terms of halal certification, there wasn't such an authority, but it is established, IFAB, and ministry gave its details. Now we do have the structure, but that structure, for this mutual recognition, it has to have a normative framework, legal framework. In the end of last year, some very important steps were taken for this. Islamic countries, member of IFAB, a halal label in Turkey, in Kuwait, in Pakistan, or a halal logo in Kuwait to be accepted in Pakistan and Turkey. The structure is established, but its rules should be established for its sustainability and for its acceptability. First, we need to answer those questions. We had a certain progress in that, so I am involved in that progress. I am the head of the technical committee working on it. So we'll be compiling, consolidating implementations of different countries, and there will be a structure, but it has to be more mature for the products to be accepted based on one single document. We hope that we will be overcoming these concerns, not just Saudi Arabia. It shouldn't just be bilateral. It will be, again, costly. So we want to have a multilateral system. And with that multilateral system, your document will all be accepted in a certain geography. So regarding that, in the near future, we'll be taking more concrete steps. Okay. Patience. And the last question.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Walid from CD Al Halal Certification Authority based in Brazil. We are accredited by HAC, and my question is specifically about the gelatin. It's a dilemma that we have, and it has two different aspects: the technical certification aspect and the trade commercial aspect. So I'll start with the first one. So when it comes to the rules and regulations, norms, we know that we have Mujamma Fiqh al-Islami, and within the Mujamma Fiqh al-Islami, the OIC interpretation clearly says that if the establishment is not 100% dedicated to halal production, and you know how challenging that can be in a non-Muslim country, however, with rich resources and production of halal, if it's not 100% dedicated to halal, it is possible to reach purity through a cleaning process, and that's acceptable to many countries. Okay, and in Mujamma Fiqh al-Islami, you also have representatives from Turkish government, which agrees with that. However, my question now to HAC, to Mr. Erdem, regarding this aspect, is there any consideration regarding the revision of the interpretation of that clause from Mujamma Fiqh al-Islami in HAC norms regarding the dedicated plants? Just to clarify, when I say dedicated plants, it doesn't involve swine. We are just talking about plants that do the gelatin from bovine, but the methodology of slaughtering is halal and non-halal. Okay. The second question is regarding the trade commercial aspect. Now, the gelatin never stopped coming to Turkey. Never. It's all the way, with huge amounts. However, we stopped monitoring for this market because we are not accredited for this category. Because at the beginning we are very clear to HAC, there is no dedicated plant. Okay, we follow GSO, we follow other norms as well, and that's fine, and that's all traceable, when it comes to halal. Now, when it comes to trade and commercial aspect, and when I say that, I mean port authority and internal regulation. Okay, now the gelatin is coming in, and between the client, the internal client, and the exporter, documents are exchanged. So, for example, I have a client that is certified for GSO, and he's sending gelatin to Turkey. And somehow this plant certificate is used or misused internally to make the non-halal halal. You see, the gelatin is coming without the label. There is no halal label, so it will come regularly with no problem. Now, when it comes in, some sort of documents is used internally, and somehow, from what we are receiving, I cannot assure you this is true or 100%, but from what we are receiving is that this kind of act is converting the halal or non-halal to Turkish market, halal to many other internal clients. If you can emphasize on that, and thank you very much for the insightful presentation that you have all presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Firstly,
Evet.
yes.
Mümkünse Türkçe cevap vereceğim. Teşekkür
I will answer in Turkish. Thank you very much for the question. There is such a situation. Our guest asked us, a non-halal product is coming to Turkey, the documents can be changed. So in the world trade, there are such frauds. That's what he tried to mention. We are aware of these problems. That's why, as of 1st of January this year, all the animal products are going through an approved enterprise procedure. If you're going to send a skin and if there's going to be gelatin in it, I want to see where you produce it. We have started to do this on the 1st of January just because of the reasons that you have just mentioned. This is our solution. If anybody imports skin or any animal product and gelatin to Turkey, there is a system called TROIS, choice. We started as of 1st of January. Yes, the things that you have said might have happened with regard to Syria. There were some territorial areas. It's a trade under our control, but there is a continuous world trade transit. These things might have happened, but now it is not possible. With the new system, we have been introducing this system. And there are 208 countries all around the world. Every country has a different attitude. These things are happening. Certificates came later, but we are taking measures about this. Distinguished General Director, thank you very much. When there is such a strong team on the floor, the questions are not coming to an end. They said there is a very important question. So, yes. Coming from Tajikistan. I would like to thank the Turkish Republic, Ministry of Trade and TICA for this organization. In Tajikistan and in many countries in Central Asia, we have this happening. In a place they are producing two products, and there is, let's say, water. Water is halal, but they also produce beer in the same production line. How can this water be halal? Because it is produced in the same place with the beer. For such issues, civic standard number 1 is applied. That's why accreditation is important. Yes, the enterprise may be producing it, but if they say that their water is halal, an accreditation institution should go there and they have to verify in relation with the SMIC number 1. If it is not halal, if the water is not halal, then they will not get a certificate. So we should look for answers in the standards. So that enterprise, did that enterprise get a certificate from CIMIC? If there is no certificate, his declaration will not mean anything. So if they had the certificate, it means that they are producing it in a halal manner. Our colleague from Pakistan said that there's a second question. I will get that question later on. I have to end the session. Otherwise, I will be in problem. We are 1 hour behind the schedule. Thank you very much for your participation and for your questions. I would like to thank the general directors. And all the speakers, because it's been a very fruitful session. I really enjoyed it a lot. Thank you very much.
Ediyorum. Sayın Başkanım, arzu ederseniz siz de buyurun. Beraberce sertifikaları takdim edebiliriz değerli konuklarımıza. Değerli İlhami Aktürk Beyefendi'ye çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Profesör Doktor Faruk Bal hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz katılımları ve katkıları için. Sayın Erdem Başdemirci beyefendiye çok teşekkür ediyoruz katılımları ve katkıları için. Doktor Ersin Dilber beyefendiye de gönülden teşekkür ediyoruz bu anlamlı sunumlarından dolayı. Ve son olarak Sayın Hakkı Karabörklü beyefendiye de güçlü alkışlarınızla teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Tüm değerli katılımcılarımıza sağ olunuz, var olunuz. Beraberce bir hatıra fotoğrafı hep birlikte alalım. Hep beraber alalım şöyle, buyurun. Evet, ev sahibi olarak Zafer Başkanımız. Oturum konuşmacılarımıza ve değerli moderatörümüze güçlü alkışlarınızla teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Sağ olun, var olun. İyi ki varsınız. 15 dakika ara veriyoruz. Daha fazla değil.
Going to take a 15-minute break, and after 15 minutes, we are going to be together in the fifth session. Thank you.
Test.
Hasan. Sesimiz dışarı gidiyor mu arkadaşlar? Tamam. Tamam, teşekkürler. Ama niye geri dönüyor ses? Bana geri geliyor. Her söylediğimi tekrar duyuyorum. Şu anda gitti. Harika. Değerli misafirlerimiz, kıymetli konuklarımız 5. oturum için
Distinguished guests, we are starting our fifth session. You are all invited to the floor. We want to make good use of our time, so all our guests are invited to the floor. Because in a few minutes, our session will start. We want to be on time for the lunch break. Please act fast. You are all invited to the main hall for the sessions.
koyalım. Koyalım ya. Çünkü diğerlerine şişe koymuş. Ama 2'şer tane su koymayalım. Çok yer kaplıyor baksana. Bu kadar su içer misiniz? Tabii telefonla koyuyor. Evet değerli konuklarımız 5. oturum için siz
Distinguished guests, you are all invited to the main hall for the fifth session, but no, not many people have arrived, as far as I can see.
Mete hocam başlatalım mı biz? Hallettin mi? Tamam. Oturumumuz başlamak üzeredir. Tüm misafirlerimizi salona davet ediyoruz. Aman basamaklara dikkat edin, çok ters. Bir tuhaf yapmışlar. Şimdi online bağlantıyı başlangıçta yapacak mıyız arkadaşlar?
Are we going to have an online connection? Have we tested it?
Tamam mı? Beyefendi hazır mı? Onu test edelim, alalım artık şeye. Beyefendiyi alalım. Bağlantıyı kuralım. Bir test, en azından test yapmakta fayda var. Hasancığım. Heh. Mete hocam bir test yapmakta fayda var. Yani ses, görüntü, ışık. Bütün konuşmacılarımız burada mı acaba? İdil hocam. Siz buradasınız. Tamam. Tamam. O işte ha. Tamam. Başlıyoruz.
We are starting. Do we have all the speakers? There is one online speaker. Distinguished Rector, welcome. Distinguished guests. This is the second day of the first International Halal Accreditation Congress, and this is the fifth session. We are going to start, although many of our guests are out of the main hall. In this session, we're going to talk about the global Halal accreditation contributions of various countries. We have valuable guests from international arena. From Pakistan, we have a valuable speaker, Atikur Rahman Memon, the Director General of PNAC. You are invited to the floor. I don't know how this is pronounced, so I will say Lana Marashte from JAS AU Accreditation Unit, the Accreditation Unit Director. Mutip El-Mezani from GCC Accreditation Center. Our last speaker will be online. Idil Burcu Özkan from HAK will be on this session, and the last speaker will join us online. Thank you very much. Now, if our first speaker is ready, we can start. Are we going to connect with the last speaker? Then I'm going to give the floor to our moderator.
Sectoral session of the Halal Accreditation Congress. Again, my name is İdil Özcan. I'm a lawyer, I'm a trade expert, and I'm a deputy head of department at Halal Accreditation Agency. Today, I will be moderating this session called Contributions of Different Countries to Global Halal Accreditation. As we know, countries have varying stories in their halal certification and standardization journeys depending on their demographical structure, their geographical proximity, their supply and demand dynamics, and therefore over the years different countries had different may have made distinct contributions to the process. And in this session, we will be discovering and talking about these journeys and contributions. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to highlight something remarkable about this session, not just the topics that we're going to explore, but also the depth of experience presented on this stage. Collectively, our speakers bring decades of hands-on expertise across their respective areas, namely standardization, accreditation, peer evaluation, and multilateral recognition efforts. So in this session, we will be talking with Mr. Atakur Rahman Memon Lana Marashdesh, Mr. Motop Almazani, and Mr. Muhammad Abdel Motogali, who will be joining us online. I'd like to extend my appreciation to each of the speakers for being here, for giving us their valuable times. And I'd like to remind that each speaker will have 15 minutes, and I'll ask you to speak closely to the microphone so the translation booth can hear you clearly. And with that, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Atakur Rahman Memon, with 30 years of broad experience in administration, quality, and standardization. He's currently the Director General of Pakistan National Accreditation Council and one of the lead evaluators of Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation, APAC. Today, he will give a presentation on the importance of halal accreditation and guide us through Pakistan's journey and contributions to halal quality infrastructure. Mr. Memon, the floor is yours.
I think it is hearable. So thank you for the organizers for organizing such a good and lovely organization, international organization at Ankara. This is my first time at Ankara, and very beautiful city, very beautiful man, and very beautiful hospitality. Thank you for everything. So, as our moderator introduced me, I am Atikur Rahman, and I am the Director General for the Pakistan National Accreditation Council, Pakistan. So, my presentation is in perspective of the CIMIC challenges and the adoption of the CIMIC standard and the FA perspective. So, Pinek, this is my sequence of the presentation. As the time is already moderator inform us that you have no time to go here and there. So we are focused on the only presentation, and we will discuss on the different scenarios. So as you know, every country has the MSTQ metrology standard testing and quality infrastructure, and the Pakistan has Alhamdulillah established quality infrastructure, standardization, quality. PNAC is the MRA signatory from the APEC, ILAC, IF, and the member of the CIMIC and the IFAB. So we have the Alhamdulillah, our pillars are intact. So as you know, every country has signed the WTO agreement. After the WTO agreement, every country has to establish the internationally recognized accreditation system in their country. So PNAC has established the accreditation system to care of the TVT and SPS, which is the two classes of the two specifications of the WTO. So after the WTO 1995, PNAC has established its of the cabinet approval, the PNAC, Pakistan National Accreditation Council, and we are claiming that we are the first accreditation body who launched accreditation system in the Pakistan. So in 2010, we have launched the accreditation system in Pakistan on the PS standard, Pakistan standard 4992. After that, on the few years back, we have think that we have to go for the international standard. So we have adopted the CIMIC standard in 2020. And we have give the options to our clients that if you want to CIMIC or if you want to 4992 PS standard. And after 2 years, we have completely, and we have also, as you know, there is the transition period for every client. So we have given our clients 3 years transition period. So in 2022, we transform all our customers on the CIMIC standards. So Pakistan now fully operational on the CIMIC standard. So our key functions, PNAC as key functions are I mentioned, the international recognized accreditation system and the trainings, accredited conformity assessment bodies. As we are the conformity assessment accreditation bodies, including the Halal, we are conducting the Halal accreditation. So as you know, the accreditation is the third party, impartial, and the harmonized requirement throughout the world. So we are intent that all Muslim countries should adopt the CIMIC standards. So at least our consumers, our clients have not go for the duplication, not go for the multiple accreditations. They come on the one standards, which is usually all are agreed, and because of that, FAB is established. So inshallah, we will be soon go on the one standard, that is CIMIC standard. So in PNSE has achieved the MRA status in 2009 for the testing and the calibration laboratories, inspection bodies, and the product certification and the so to as we have discussing that the why the uniform standards required, why the harmonized standard required. It is every country has the to facilitate trade, so that's why if the harmonized standard, one standard is adopted, then there is no harm to facilitate the clients their certification bodies, means tested once, accepted everywhere in the world. So if you are in the any Muslim country or non-Muslim country, if you adopted the standard, means you have accepted in the all over the world. So our PNSE is existing scheme, as I have mentioned, 17025 for testing and calibration laboratories, 15109 for the in medical laboratories, 17065 for the product certification, 17021 for the personal certification bodies, 17020 for inspection bodies, 17043 for proficiency testing, 17024 for the personal certification, and the as I have mentioned that we have adopted the CIMIC standard. So we are conducting accreditation of the halal certification bodies on the CIMIC standard. Now, these are the future that we intend to extend our scope for the future accreditation schemes. We have international recognition, as I mentioned, the with the APEC, ILAC, and IF. As I have mentioned that the why the trust should be established. If the consumer of the anything, if they use the any product and they see the logo of the halal, means halal traceable logo, not the halal misused logo. If the halal traceable logo, if the anyone, if likewise this water or likewise any product, if they adopt the anything, means that that should be certified from any certified client and the from the certification body, and the certification body should be accredited by from the any halal accreditation body. So if the halal accreditation body exists and they have accredited the halal certification body, means it is traceable, and further traceability ensured when the halal accreditation body should be audited from the international forum, likewise and IFAB, International Forum on Accreditation, halal accreditation bodies. So if this exists, if this is the link that is the not exist at this time, but inshallah very soon if this is the established, then means we have the traceable the halal certification, halal products throughout the world, and you consume any of the country without any hesitation. So what are the benefits? Means ensure consumers health and safety, and we are discussing many things that the why the halal and why the technical barriers should be removed, improve quality of products. If there is the halal, this is not only the obligation for the Islamic point of view. This is also by the hygiene point of view also. So they have to meet the FSMS standard, food safety management standard, product certification standard management. So the standard, the halal standards is comprises of the certification and the halal aspects. So the consumer, Muslim or non-Muslim, if they consume, means that is the safe product, safe food. So facilitate regulation. Regulator if use the certification accreditation as a marketing tool, as their surveillance tool. So if they ask that the likewise in Turkey, as they ask that the health Hague should be accredited certification body should be we accept, means they have their surveillance remove the and their established surveillance assessments. Increase transparency. that your customer should focus on that and should rely on that, facilitate legislation, become marketing tool, and promoting the product certification. At this point, PNAC footprint in the Pakistan, likewise in different part of the countries, we have the clients, and we have some international clients also in the different laboratories, in the halal certification bodies, in the different parts. So PNAC extends services in the different parts. This is the actual accreditation process, that how the this is the accreditation process almost harmonized by the every accreditation body, that you can go for the applied for the accreditation, download the application form, submit the documents, and then the review, gap analysis, then the assessment. After assessment, if the NC is raised, means you have to close the submit the corrective actions, and after the corrective actions, you will be awarded for every country has different. We have 3 years cycle. So after awarding, we conduct the surveillance, first surveillance, second surveillance, and after 2 surveillances, we conduct reassessment and we award another certificate. So this is the accreditation process. So PNAC has digitalization in the as the government objective to digitalize the all processes. So we have the digitalized and the training portal and the online accreditation system. So we have conducted the Halal accreditation project also to create awareness in the media and the consumers and the regulators to how why they come to the for the Halal accreditation, how they improve, how they get benefit from the accreditation. As everyone knows that there is the many trillions project of the Halal, so everyone wants to catch up the Halal. So we have the we are the active members of the CIMIC and the IFAB, and we intend to go for the. Then there is a question. Someone asked that the why Halal certification is required. So if the anyone required that the likewise that the if they have the logo on the any product, the product is traceable or not traceable, that depend upon their traceability, means from where it is certified, from where it is accredited, from where it is taken. So someone asked that the if there is any requirement, likewise the raw material. So when the certification body conduct or the accreditation body conduct the assessments, they ensure that the raw material from the raw material to finished product, all should be traceable, and all should be intact from the if the raw material taken from any other body, means that is should be certified on the certain standards. As many of you have seen the Halal logo on the different products, but if the only Halal logo is present, means that is not the sufficient. If the Halal logo is present on the, if not traceable, if not showing traceability, that the from where it is certified and from where it is accredited, means you have not the. Likewise, this is the alarming situation, that the even pork they have put the halal. So these are, if there is no traceability, means who have put the halal and who give the traceability, then that is the situation round around. And the different likewise pork meat, halal pork meat, then the halal wine. So if we have not intact, not give any regulations and not put the halal certification, traceable certification body, that should be accredited from any accreditation body that meet the standards. So halal accreditation give you a special conformity assessment bodies competence. Accreditation means competence, that you feel confidence that the whatever you are consuming, that is the traceable, and you can take and with confidential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Memon. Pakistan and PNAC have indeed been one of the early adapters of CIMIC standards and one of the biggest supporters of halal quality infrastructure under OIC. So we look forward to your contributions under IFAB in the coming years. So thank you. And if our technical team is ready, maybe we can connect to Mr. Mohammed Abdel Motagali. Or not yet. Şeye bağlanabiliyor muyuz şu an? Hayır. So we're continuing with Ms. Lana Marashdesh, a very hardworking member of the International Quality Committee with extensive experience in with multiple roles. And Ms. Marashdesh is the Director of Jordan Accreditation System Accreditation Unit. She is also the chair of the Multilateral Recognition Arrangement Committee at IFAB, as well as vice chair of Arab Accreditation Corporation. She is the former chair of CIMIC Accreditation Council, and she's going to inform us about contributions of CIMIC Accreditation Council to the global halal accreditation structure.
الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين. Respected guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me please first to thank the Turkish government represented by the Halal Accreditation Agency for their invitation and generosity in hosting this international conference, and for having this initiative in conducting and organizing an international halal conference or congress in its first version that really came at the right time in 2026 after decades of hard work and efforts in establishing a global halal quality infrastructure that we can say now that is a concrete structure and is serving the Ummah all around the world. So having such a congress will allow us to meet every once in a while, to learn from history and build on that and plan for the future, make any needed adjustments, and ensure continual collaboration and harmonization between all of us. My presentation will be about the role of CIMIC Accreditation Council in building this quality infrastructure. It comes under the theme that is titled Contribution of Different Countries to the Global Halal Accreditation. I think nothing represents such collaborative efforts better than the CIMIC Accreditation Council, because it has a lot of history and it has contributed a lot with many voluntary efforts from the Islamic countries. I will try to be short and specific. The current halal global quality infrastructure, as you can see in front of you, the hierarchy, I think you already are familiar with this hierarchy. It has been presented earlier this morning and yesterday, and it has been discussed, I think, enough. But I will focus on CIMIC as the Islamic issuer of standards that has taken the role of unity of the Islamic countries in having one standard for all. And the IFAB. As you know, accreditation bodies already offer accreditation for halal certification bodies. But what about the accreditation bodies themselves? One of the respected guests earlier had a complaint, let me say a complaint, not a question, that for exporters, they need to have more than one approval from different countries around the world, and sometimes maybe they are not in harmonization. So the ultimate goal is to have an umbrella for all those accreditation bodies and regulators, and underneath they work and allow for harmonization and easy exports and trade, as said before, intra-OIC trade. So currently, the body that is providing this umbrella is FHAB. But how was that built? The answer is, of course, with lots of efforts. But let us go back to the mid of the 20th century, when the term halal industry has emerged. At that time, Muslim communities in non-Islamic countries had a concern that the food that they are consuming is according to Sharia laws or halal laws, specifically in South Africa. The Muslim community in South Africa had this concern, and then started what we call now certification of food, especially for meat. After that, the expansion of certifiers all around the world took place. And then in the 1990s, regulators in the governments of Islamic countries noticed that there are so many certifiers of halal food around the world, and somebody needs to take care of their competence. So they started establishing regulatory authorities to control this business. And of course, the pioneer for that was JAKIM. And then after that, we came to the 2010s when the Muslim world agreed that we need to have one standard to control this because of the many inconsistencies between different Islamic countries. So over the past decades, there were several efforts, let's say individually on the national level, including having national halal standards related to a country itself, and national authorities have government-backed halal certification bodies, and also they allowed for private certifiers in non-Muslim majority countries to provide certification. On the other hand, we had collective, let's say, international efforts within the OIC members. They have implemented various government-led initiatives to promote halal growth, economic growth, especially in non-majority Muslim countries. And yesterday, this topic has been presented thoroughly, and we know that we have a problem is that those who are benefiting from OIC trade are non-Islamic countries, unfortunately. And also, on the OIC level, we have the Halal Standards by CEMEC, which is an initiative that aims to establish a universal standardization system so that halal products can move freely across different countries around the world. For accreditation, people started noticing or recognizing the fragmentation, which means that different certifiers applied varying standards, leading to disputes in trades. Late 90s, early 2000s, halal accreditation evolved, but it was not in the same way or mechanism that it is performing right now. And then in 2010s, halal accreditation became institutionalized, often modeled as international quality system like ISO. It began taking the shape of ISO accreditation, which is under ISO 17011 and under the umbrella of ILAC and IAF, which was assessing halal certification bodies, granting formal recognition and signing mutual recognition agreements. At that time, they were mainly bilateral agreements, but no umbrella for all. So what is missing, or what was missing? a multi-recognition or international arrangement under which all accreditation bodies in OIC countries may join and recognize each other. So this MRA has become a vital need, and in 2012, CIMIC took the initiative to establish such an umbrella. It called it the Accreditation Committee. And this committee worked a lot during the 3 years period till 2015. However, there were so many challenges and concerns from different members, mainly about the independence and impartiality of this accreditation committee. As you know, accreditors have to be impartial and independent, and any umbrella which will act as a hub for accreditation bodies need to have this independence also. So, the mentioned conflicting issues were removed from CIMIC statute in 2017, and a new CIMIC Accreditation Council as a successor of the Accreditation Committee was established. 12 new members were elected as members of this council and were chaired by Jordan. The challenges: at the first, the task force group was established and given the task to propose terms of reference for this accreditation council. However, and to name the efforts of the volunteers at this task force group representing Algeria, Egypt, Iran, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, Turkey, and of course CIMIC General Secretariat. Other proposals came to the council received from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Turkey. But again, there was a concern about having peer assessment and MLA in the terms of reference of this council. And again, about the impartiality and independence of this council, acting as an organ of CIMIC. So after years, there was a proposal from the chairman of the CIMIC Board of Directors, Dr. Saad Al-Qasbi, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this proposal actually was a historical milestone in this journey. For the first time, a revised draft terms of reference was accepted with consensus of all members. So this was at 2019, I mean, after 7 years of Islamic countries trying to have an international halal accreditation body. What was removed from the terms of reference was the issue that was making conflicts, which is the peer assessment. So it was removed and given to a designated structure. At that time, the designated structure was still unknown. However, it helped us much in having the approval of all members and all of them signing the agreed upon draft terms of reference. So this was a glimmer of hope that we built on later. A new task force group was established to prepare the document that will contain the rules and procedures of governance for this designated structure. So, and given the conditions that they have to be in line with the OIC Charter, which is based on the following: any structure working in the halal conformity assessment or accreditation should be structured according to the implementations of the related articles of CIMIC statute. National accreditation bodies should be encouraged to initiate halal accreditation assessment and to sign MRAs after being evaluated, and duplication of efforts should be avoided. As we know, it's a major problem in our Islamic Ummah. We have many efforts being spent on same issues, and we result in conflicting results. So the one basis was no duplication is allowed. So when we say the designated structure, it will be the only umbrella of accreditation, Muslim accreditation bodies for halal accreditation. And of course, it shall be based on IEC CIMIC standards. And Again, it was chaired by Jordan with the contribution of Iran as a vice chair and membership of Cameroon, Egypt, Iran, Jordan, Malaysia, Morocco, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, Turkey, and CIMIC General Secretariat. Several meetings were conducted, and then the group noticed that metrology is of course part of the quality infrastructure, and we have to amend this proposed structure to include metrology in halal industry. The TORs were approved by the BOD, and then the task force group started working on issuing the related documents, and then there was a generous initiative from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who proposed to host this designated structure in Mecca al-Mukarramah region and to sponsor the budget of the new body. This proposal was accepted by the Council of Foreign Ministers of OIC in Nouakchott, Mauritania in 2023, and then it was agreed to call it FHAB, the Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies. So it's now the official name. And then in 2023, FHAB became a reality. It's now on the structure, and its main goal and primary goal is to develop and maintain an MRA for national halal accreditation bodies. And of course, this cooperation will promote mutual recognition of halal certificates issued in compliance with CIMIC standards, facilitating seamless intra-OIC trade and allowing halal certified products to move freely, and to reduce cost and simplify procedure. CIMIC AC continues its effort and work to help in establishing this designated structure, which is called FHAB. So it drafts the most critical documents for the operation of this FHAB, and they were handed to FHAB. In summary, the CIMIC Accreditation Council played a vital role in shaping the global halal accreditation framework, from the formation and structure to consensus building, and then framework development and the key achievement in establishing FHAB, and of course the impact on all OIC countries. The conclusion or the lessons to be learned, that consensus is a key. During the history of CIMIC AC, there were concerns from countries. They were not the majority, they were the minority. But at that time, CIMIC AC insisted that consensus should be achieved. Otherwise, any structure will not be able to succeed. Institutional reform matters. When CIMIC AC or Accreditation Committee, the predecessor, noticed that there is an issue in the CIMIC statute, they went in the institutional reform. Documentation builds credibility. Clear rules reduced ambiguity and strengthened confidence. So documentation is very important. Collaboration reduces duplication. Milestones drive progress when there's a goal to be achieved, and global integration requires local commitment. None of these efforts would have succeeded if the countries were not believing in this work. I will repeat, it is a voluntary work. It had consumed many efforts and times from the representatives of the countries that I have mentioned. And of course, there were efforts from other countries that maybe I have not mentioned because they were not members of those task force groups. However, the local commitment is a drive for success. And this is what we are relying on in the success of FHAB. So FHAB now has received its establishment documents from CIMIC AC. It's now working on shaping the MRA, and hopefully within 1 year, this MRA will be functional. So different accreditation bodies among OIC countries need to have commitment to this new structure and to go forward, inshallah. Okay. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maraşte, for giving us an in-depth look into CIMIC Accreditation Council's efforts for establishing IFAB. Really, we have witnessed a monumental moment in history, and your efforts will never be forgotten, and we will continue to get your contributions in the future through IFAB, inshallah. Our third speaker is Mr. Mutab Elmazani. Mr. Elmazani is the Director of Accreditation Services at GCC Accreditation Center. With extensive experience in peer evaluation under APAC and EF, he is also the Vice Chair of IFAB. It is very exciting to have you here with all your experience in the field and also and foremost as the representative of IFAB today. Mr. Elmazani, the floor is yours to talk about modern halal infrastructure.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this invitation. Thanks for the government of Turkey for this initiative to organize this very important Congress to harmonize the expertise regarding to the halal topic. It's very important for us as a Muslims, even its religious issues and in the trades and the economic issues. We have to work hard. We have to collaborate. I totally agree with Engineer Lana regarding to her recommendations regarding to about the cooperation between the related organization, standards, accreditation bodies, certification bodies around the world, around the Islamic world, to collaborate with each others to inshallah succeed, to harmonize the standardization, harmonize the practice of the controlling the halal, as it's very important for us as the Muslims, even its religious issues or economic issues. I will start my presentation regarding this topic from the Holy Quran. It's come ذلك ومن يعظم شعائر الله فإنها من تقوى القلوب. I wrote the translation, unfortunately, from the Google translation. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I want to stress about the meaning of this ayah. The meaning of this ayah, يعني, encouraging us to respect the rules of Allah and to consider the rules of Allah, and that's from the good faith of the Muslims. If you are respecting Allah, you have to respecting what's the rule of Allah. I know each Muslim can eat anything. Who will ask him about his eating or drinking or what he's doing, except he's respecting the rules of Allah. I'm not a religious man, but I'm respecting, inshallah, as like you, all the respect of the rules of Allah. My presentation today, inshallah, I will focus about the future, the infrastructure of the quality, the infrastructure of the halal products in the future, inshallah. Regarding nowadays, we heard about the AI, we heard about the new technologies, regarding about the new methods to control the halal, the traceability issues, and a lot of issues. What is the situation nowadays? What is the situation, inshallah, in the near future? How, inshallah, we can cooperate together to harmonize our work as a Muslims and to work together. Inshallah, I'll focus on the why modern halal infrastructure matters. What is the situation nowadays, the core pillars of the economic system, what is the certification, accreditation, laboratories and regulations, digital transformation, blockchains, AI and traceability issues, the global dimensions, trade impact, best practice and opportunities in the halal topic, gaps, and finally the some strategic recommendations. Of course, as you know, and some of the lecturers mentioned about what is the situation nowadays regarding to the halal. Why modern halal infrastructure? Why we need the halal in our life days? Of course, as the minister mentioned yesterday about the trade and the global trade of the market around the world, it's more than $4 trillion. So we have to focus, we have to help ourselves regarding to this topic. More than 2 billion Muslims around the world. We are the quarter of the world in the populations. So we have to consider our needs. We have to know about our economies. We have to consider our religious issues. More than 180 countries involved and engage in the halal trade, even the halal or Muslim countries or non-Muslim countries. The certification gap estimated more than 40%. So we need more and more to control the certification issues, the laboratories of the halal, any aspect related to the halal. Unfortunately, there is some challenges that I think the urgent reform, like a lack of the digital transferability and halal supply chains, rising the consumer demand around the world, geographical trade barriers regarding to the mutual recognitions, and so on. So what is the core pillars and the ecosystem? Nowadays, traditional view and traditional way, we have religious compliance only. We have manual paper based on certifications. We have country specific isolated systems. We have limited food, the halal limited to food and beverage sector. Slow, costly audit process and accreditation, and so no cross-border recognitions. But inshallah, in the free modern framework, we have to work hard, inshallah, to be unique quality system, trade umbrella, digital blockchains, cross-sector finance, pharma, tourism, for the halal sectors, rapid AI assist audit frameworks, and mutual recognition agreements, and inshallah we'll see that soon, inshallah. Nowadays we have some, as the lecturer mentions before me, if we consider the infrastructure of the quality, we have to think about the halal product, and we have to think about the quality of the halal product. We have to think about 5 issues in the main issues and the minimum requirements. We have to think about the standards. We have to think about the regulations. We have to think about the conformity assessment topics, even how to control the conformity assessment bodies by accreditation. We have to think about the methodology, as Engineer Lana mentioned about. The methodology is very important for us as a Muslim. وَزِنُوا بِالْقِسْطَاسِ الْمُسْتَقِيمِ. We have to think and more think about what is the infrastructure of our system in the metrology issues. We have to scale correctly, even measuring correctly to help the Muslims, and it's from the Islamic issues. And for that, we have to define and find good market surveillance to be sure the products in the market comply with the requirements, comply with the standards, comply with the regulations, even pre-auditing or post-auditing in the market. That's the infrastructure of the quality. So if we want to put it in the halal issues, Alhamdulillah, nowadays we have the legislation and the regulations, we have the standards, we have the CEMIC standard, GSO standards, or the ISO standards. We have national halal laws for each countries. We have compliance standards, as I mentioned. We have some standards, harmonized standard around the Islamic world. For the accreditation bodies, of course, under the umbrella of the FHAP, soon, inshallah, we are seeking to find one accreditation body acceptable everywhere, one certificate, halal certification and halal certificate acceptable everywhere around the world. Of course, for the certification and auditing, it's on-site inspection, document review, and product testing. And so this is the certification. For the lab, of course, we have to be sure about the capabilities of the labs who are helping us to be sure about the elements and the products, the contents of the elements, contents of this product, and so to be sure about it comply with our Sharia requirements and the Halal requirements and the standards. And the new issues that I want to focus more and more, the digital transparency. And unfortunately, there is a leakage in this topic, but we have to consider it from today as a new infrastructure of the halal, especially in the halal and any products. The blockchain from IoT sensors to be sure the monitoring this products, the temperature of the transportation, and so using the AI systems that provide real-time tracking from the farm to the consumer. This is another way about the infrastructure of the halal and the products quality. This is the accreditation ecosystem, core pillars. Of course, nowadays, alhamdulillah, as I mentioned before, we have international bodies related to the standards and the accreditation. We have CIMIC, we have the FHAB, we have the IF. We can consider IF as helping us in the controlling the standardization method and the standardization standards. Standardization of the accreditation when we consider the ISO as example, ISO 17065 for product certification, and the GSO standard, of course, we consider it in our region in the GCC member states. We have nowadays also national accreditation bodies like the HAC, the JACIM, if we consider it as an accreditation body, or BBGBH, and JAC, EAC, SAC in our region. They are involved in the halal accreditation. Of course, each one of them have has his rules to follow to be sure about the capability of the certification bodies or the laboratories. Of course, alhamdulillah, nowadays we have halal certification organization, more than 500 I consider issuing halal certificate in different ways, but some of them are accredited, some of them non-accredited. We can, of course, we can trust the accredited certification body, and so. For the core pillars ecosystem, of course, the accreditation is the right way to consider the trust of the conformity assessment bodies. A lot of challenge facing us in the accreditation, of course, but inshallah we are working hard to avoid any challenge. This is very quick comparison between some of the activities of the controlling the halal certification bodies. As example, in Saudi Arabia, we have SAC for the accreditation body. We have JAC, we're working with the local accreditation body. Of course, we have HAC in Turkey, we have in UAE, we have in Indonesia, BBGBH, we have in Malaysia, JACIM. All of those bodies, they are seeking to build the trust of the halal certification bodies. Of course, there is some comparison between them in a quick way. Some of them following the international practice, some of them they have their own practice, but definitely we are respecting all of them, that they are working hard to build the trust of the halal certificate. For the digital transformation in the halal infrastructure, of course, we have to define the blockchain. We have to define the IO system, as I mentioned before. We have to consider the AI. Nowadays, the AI, it's became real issues, and you can't imagine how it's helping us more than what we are expecting for that. So we have to work hard to build our system, our regulations, considering the AI and machine learning issues. Smart certification, we have to be sure about, as example, for the QR or bar codes, to be sure about the traceability of those certificates and the validity of this kind of certificates. For the digital transformation, of course, we have to think from the farm to the consumers, and to end halal traceability from the farm. We have to be sure about the animal welfare. We have to be sure about the feed and slaughter methods, records. And for the processing, we have to be sure about the contamination. We have to be sure about line of the equipment, cleaning, and so we have even in the certification, we have to be sure about the capability of the halal certification bodies, the impartialities, the technical knowledge about the food or the certified product. We have to be sure about the accreditation, the validity of their certificate. For the logistic issues, we have to be sure about the transportation, avoiding the non-good methods about transportation, contamination between halal and non-halal products. For retails, of course, we have to be sure about the QR code. We have to be sure about the consumer verification, and so. Again and again, for the digital harmonization challenging that we are facing us nowadays, of course, there is a technical barriers from data format across platforms, legacy ERP systems and API integrations, high implementation of cost of the SMEs, cybersecurity, and limited digital literacy of supply chain tiers. Of course, the regulatory barriers, non-international halal data standards, different legal definitions of the digital certificate, cross-border data sharing restrictions. Of course, with the solutions of that, inshallah, we are working on that with other countries. I can see the good solution for us to harmonize the standards under the umbrella of the CIMIC, lead global digital halal protocol, open API standards for the halal certification bodies, joint cybersecurity frameworks, inshallah ta'ala. And let's take more time. This is the best practice in brief. As I mentioned before, there's some accreditation bodies, which is the common accreditation bodies around the world, if we consider the working of them as accreditation. Of course, as I mentioned before, some of them, they are following the international practice under the ISO IEC 17011 or SMIC 3 or GSO 3, which is similar of the ISO standards, but some of them, they are not following the international standards. So, of course, as I said, we are respecting them, respecting their rules to consider that. Nowadays, alhamdulillah, as Engineer Lana mentioned, we're working hard for the all Islamic countries to harmonize the accreditation activities under the FAB umbrella. So inshallah, we're encouraging our brother from Malaysia, from Indonesia, and other countries to harmonize the accreditation activities to be, as I said, one accreditation acceptable everywhere. And there is a lot of benefits for that issues, inshallah ta'ala. This is quick growth of opportunities for the global dimensions, and we can see in the halal cosmetics products, it's taking the opportunities, the higher number of the opportunities in the halal products in general. This is the gap and the strategic recommendation. As I said, what is the current gaps nowadays? No universal halal accreditation standards, except the one what we are working under the umbrella of the CIMIC. Fragmented digital certification ecosystems, weak lab infrastructure, and weak, even if it's not accredited, limited small bodies or small SMEs access to the certification, and also the issues poor consumer awareness about the accreditation and the correct halal certification. Of course, the final strategic recommendation established being small CIMIC and ISO international halal accreditation standards, launch the global halal digital protocol. Of course, create Mushral Halal Lab, Halal accreditation in general, networks with shared proficiency testing. Found SMEs Halal certification body, supply and programs, and encouraging them and aware them about the importance of this topic. Accelerate the MRIs, inshallah, under the umbrella of the FHAB soon, inshallah, negotiation to create a halal free trade zone in framework, inshallah, soon. This is in brief what I want to send to you as a message. The modern halal infrastructure is not religious issues only, but it's a global quality system that drive the trade, build trust, and enable sustainability development across the Muslim worldwide. Thank you very much. Tashakkur Idara.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Mazani, for your comprehensive presentation. In this regard, we can see Saudi Arabia's inclusive approach in your Halal platform, Halal Mark, and Halal Academy initiatives, and I sincerely hope that all OIC member states will be able to benefit and facilitate from these well-designed projects, especially utilizing international CIMIC Halal standards. So our fourth speaker is Mr. Mohammed Abdul Mutagali, Chair of the Technical Committee at ARAC and Accreditation Advisor at Emirates International Accreditation Center. He will be joining us live. Is the connection ready? I'm going to check. Yes, he's ready. I apologize for making you wait for this long.
No problem.
Yeah, you have been a valuable contributor of the CIMIC Accreditation Council. And today, although we know that there are other sectors are emerging, food is still the most prominent sector for halal. And you will give us a speech or presentation about global conformity assessment approach linking halal with operational food safety systems. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Adil. Thank you for the organization committee. And I am sorry for not able to attend in person due to flight schedule changes. So I am attending with you online today. I hope you do hear me. Okay, I cannot hear you, but I believe you are able to hear me, so no problem.
Yes.
So today we're going to speak about the integrated halal accreditation as a global conformity assessment approach, linking the halal compliance with the operational food safety system. This topic is covering those outline, the global halal challenge regarding the scale of the halal business worldwide. I believe it has been discussed, some of the fragmentation existing in our ecosystem, in addition to some of the trade barriers, which are the obstacles prevent the halal halal product flow worldwide, not only to our countries as OIC countries. Core pitfall: certification is not an inspection. Root cause: the transcription gap itself. How and what are the evidence with regard to the root cause identification in relation to the existing halal certification or halal conformity assessment system. In addition to introduction of two important terms, one is called integrated halal accreditation system and the other integrated halal certification system, which are the foundation and methodology related to liberated halal management system on the level of accreditation bodies and certification bodies on the other direction. Concept shift certification as a continuous process. We're going to explain the IHCS model, system architecture, what are the relation to integration between the prerequisite program, operational prerequisite program, and these are like terminology identification before starting our presentation, and the HCCP, which is the Halal Critical Control Point as a concept in harmonization with the HACCP itself as a concept. Then distinction between HACCP and HCCP with one of the examples. System integration, the three-actor model, CB, HCB, and accreditation body application layer, integrated halal certification system, recognition pathway, 5 levels of recognition, governance framework, which is rule, and we will come to what is meant by rule, then the conclusion and finding. First, to start, our respected fellows, experts, they spoke, and I am going to build just on some of the few things in front of us, the fragmentation and trade barrier in addition to scale. As we can see, the population and number of the direct consumer who are directly consume halal product, we can see they are almost 2 billion worldwide population, which is forming 25% of the world population. And consumer, the economy, the size of this economy itself, halal consumer economy, it is 2.4 trillion United States dollars. And the consumer are projected, which are the forecast to be at 2028, 3 million, above 3 million and a half. 500 are the operating, these are estimate statistics gathered from reliable sources worldwide. 500 halal certification bodies or named halal certification bodies. We do have here, we will come from this point, the halal certification bodies which are existing and operate globally and all over the world. They have different standards and they have different interpretation in relation to the fiqh and the Islamic affair requirement for halal products themselves. In addition to, they have a scattered procedure and the process. If we take out the already accredited, we can say the already accredited, they are 100 less or more, 100 less or more accredited from the active halal accreditation bodies who are existing right now. From IAC side, it is exceeded 100, almost 110 right now, halal certification body in 45 countries worldwide. So the scattered effort or the scattered activities, unfortunately, due to the absence of the real halal certification or real halal conformity assessment system. The reality of the real halal conformity assessment system, we have to make sure it is not fiqh or Islamic affair problem. It is a matter of architecture failure, and the system itself doesn't enable the halal certification system to be designed and operated according to the international practice itself. Coming to one of the evidence with relation to the trade barrier, we can see from this Joan and Shibista, this you can have more information about the situation with regard to some notification sent to TBT, the trade barrier, technical barrier trade, which are the notification. Any economy or any country, they can send this type of notification for some obstacles and unclear matter. For example, it was unclear matter with relation to the certification and mandatory labeling, non-recognition of foreign halal certification or halal bodies, and the lack of international equivalence framework itself will come to this point as the point of harmonization. If we speak about one of the core pitfalls regarding the situation right now, these are not disadvantages. In fact, we have to use this as an opportunity. This is a matter of risk, and we have to utilize it as an opportunity. Situation from the practice in this field, we have point-in-time snapshot compliance and not continuous cycle process monitor itself. We have a single annual or biannual site visits only, which could be fine, but it depends on what? It depends on nothing. It depends on individual decision, but not risk-based structure surveillance between cycles if the cycles are applicable. We have or identified there is no management system requirement, only some generic documents and some generic information are delivered to the client, and there is no documented whether food safety management system or halal critical control point architecture required by the bodies who are conducting this model, which is a snapshot visit or snapshot evaluation of the product itself. In addition to the certificate issued, it is like intent. It is not like verified conformity assessment of plus objective evidence. There is no specified requirement evaluation, and the absence of this specified requirement evaluation is jeopardize the situation. In addition to, as we can see, the end of the story cannot generate mutual recognition due to the discrepancy and unequivalent conformity assessment result. We have to establish conformity assessment result on a basis of equivalency. If the equivalency are not maintained, we will not able to be compatible by design itself. Coming to the root cause identification, the transcript itself, how, what, and evidence. The first gap with relation to the normative intent itself and some misconception and misunderstanding, they are thinking the fiqh ruling or the halal certification and not the standard themselves. In addition to, there are some absence of the complete mature conformity assessment system itself on a functional based approach, and also there is no reproducibility of the result of the halal certificate itself. We have the first dimension. It is talking about and it is giving us the functional conformity assessment process as a solution. The second dimension is what? Which is a specified requirement. The level of product evaluation, whether to conduct by using any of the valid halal conformity assessment functions, such as audit, inspection, testing, and certification itself. Those are tools and functions are utilized for identifying the specified requirements. Unfortunately, the misunderstanding and misconception from the existing system, we still need to send the system to a level of maturity to realize what are the specified requirements in the existing halal standard. We don't have lack of the halal standard. We don't have lack of expertise, but the interpretation and transcription gap is the existing one. It is not deficiency, but we have a big opportunity to utilize the existing expertise in addition to the current. We have two esteemed organizations, CEMIC, which has a very marvelous developed halal standard themselves, which are existing, and we do have the FHAB, the platform for recognize the conformity assessment results accredited from the halal accreditation bodies. But still, the cohesiveness and adherence to the rules and concept introduction with regard to the functional conformity assessment process, specified requirement, and another gap which is identified and being explained by our colleague, which is unfortunately the absence of validated inspection or testing method, in addition to what are the acceptance criteria from the laboratory, what are the performance characteristics for the testing methods in sense. If we do have DNA porcine testing, PCR technique, or trace ethanol testing in certain food commodities, what are the performance characteristics and what are the accepted or acceptable threshold or limit of quantification shall be obtained and received by the halal certification body to judge a specific product and give attestation it's halal from its specified requirement and specified characteristics. Unfortunately, they are still generic, and we need to work on this area or fine tuning this area to establish this type of requirement as a evidence, because without evidence there is no attestation, without evidence there is no halal certification. So these are a very valuable evidence we have to rely on, and unfortunately it is identified gap. Still, as I explained, it was a transcription gap, translation of the fiqh rules to standard, and also to coming to the evidence on our hand when we are conducting audit, evidence in our hands when we are conducting assessment on the halal certification bodies or halal conformity assessment bodies. We must have the objective evidence, and the objective evidence cannot be obtained unless we do have a validated method, whether inspection or testing method reliable to satisfy the requirement of the halal product specification. The point which we mentioned at the introduction was regarding to two systems introduced as a methodology and what are the activities we conducted in this regard. It was 4 elements. It is composed of 4 elements regarding the normative framework analysis with relation to the fiqh requirement and existing halal standard which are issued by international weather management system. We can see in front of us there are management system standard and the conformity management issued by the International Standardization Organization, ISO, and we can see some process and system standard or some product certification standard. In addition to, we do have CIMIC standard, CIMIC 1, 2, 3, and 4. Some 1 and 4 are for product, 2 is for management system certification, 3 is for accreditation bodies. We can see JAKIM, and we can see our colleagues from Malaysia, they are issuing some standard, and we have the United Arab Emirates standard, GSO standard, a group of standard. So the case study was to evaluate the existing fiqh requirement against the existing standard, how much the fiqh or Islamic requirement are interpreted into this type of standard to reflect the, as we explained on the previous, the transcript or translation of those fiqh to a specified requirement to have some tangible output on our hand to able to decide this product is halal or not. And we do have another point with regard to the case study methodology, which is the integration. We can see here the introduction of the integrated halal certification system, where the halal conformity assessment body has a specific and a high level of maturity, so they are well familiar with the food safety management systems and schemes which are existing worldwide and recognized, endorsed by the International Accreditation Forum and under the Global Food Safety Initiative. And those are CBs. We do have many. This is a good luck, and this is really fortune for us and a very wonderful core to build and the optimistic point we have to understand. We have it on our hand, a lot of mature halal certification bodies, they are incorporating the food safety and the halal requirement into one system, integrated halal certification system, plus the practice and the expertise and the experience of our system as a IAC and our experts behind the system, which is the integrated halal accreditation system framework. As we can see, it is a matter of expertise to have a harmonized work between the food safety management CB and the HCB themselves as a scope interface, if valid, if we are accredited one certification body conducting both or not, but we are focusing on the halal certification body because, as we can see here, food safety management system is applicable to satisfy to a satisfactory level, but not sufficient. And halal compliance alone is not sufficient. So both are two sides of the coin. Without the two coin side, we will not have the currency value itself, and we will not have the value of the halal attestation itself. So we have to reach the halal tayyib principle and as a the superior, the apex level of our system, we have to reach the halal tayyib. And this halal tayyib cannot be achieved unless we do have a specific controls to achieve the halal conformity assessment itself by combining both requirements. Coming to the 5 criteria selection, these are again to complete the halal certification scheme requirement itself, integrate halal certification system and the scheme. We can see here we have 5 selected criteria. These 5 selected criteria are more oriented and related to the industry themselves with regard to the selection of the halal certification body, which are and what are the competent and who are competent halal certification body I can rely on to qualify my product to get exported to multiple countries. Right now, the situation is what? If I need to apply as a halal certification body, I need to be fully loaded with a lot of international recognition from multiple economies worldwide, and I do not have a single criteria to introduce myself to the business owner or to the operators themselves. Coming to the 5 criteria for selecting the framework or the certification body to be qualified and competent to conduct, I thought I should have determined the applicable food chain. What is scope? What is scope? It means what is scope of the CB, and this scope of CB is reflected on their accreditation. Coming to the target market importing country, again, the target market importing country, we do have a mandatory requirement of the destination market dictate the applicable standard. So because of that, due to the diversity in this area, we can see multiple standards are roaming worldwide, and when you enter any food establishment, big name or small name or any establishment producing food, you can see a lot of name, a lot of tags, a lot of logos and marks, in addition to a lot of citizenship halal attestation. Recognize the standard in the market. As we can see, prefer international coverage. So the recognized standard in the market, there are some international from natural, from its nature, which are CIMIC. We have regional, GSO, we have United Arab Emirates from UAE, and we have MS for Malaysia, which is issued by the Islamic Economy Development of Malaysia, JACI. Food safety management system integration, the business owner, he has to look after this critical point. What is the benefit? What is the plus benefit and the added value? What is the integration? What is the integration he will benefit from? If the halal certification body are applied the integrated halal certification system, he will benefit from a lot of aspects in relation to the duration or the time duration. We have a study, and it's giving from 20 to 30% reduction of the audit time of the HCB Halal certification body who are applying the integrated approach and not duplicating the food safety management system required. We have the Halal accreditation body recognition. So nowadays, still we have a proposal for the IFHAB, but this is proposed in the future perspective. We have a mature IFMLA for the food safety management systems. A lot of schemes are getting endorsed under the Global Food Safety Initiative, and we are building on this one to be a very constructive start in addition to mature our system and have the system maturity to the highest level. Concept shift. In the concept shift, the certification as a continuous process, again, to realize the model and to realize the concept of integrated halal certification system. As we can see, the concept shift. This slide is famous to all of the accreditation and certification experts. So we can see the realization of the concept here. It is extracted and borrow the conformity assessment, the 6 conformity assessment function and the activities which are established and utilized for any product certification or management system certification itself for control the halal. We can see the introduction of this model are making the things and transforming the halal certification system from snapshot-based assessment into continuous cyclic conformity assessment system. This model shift halal certification from compliance snapshot to a living assurance system with clearly defined input and output, in addition to having the required competency and competent personnel who are managing and dealing with our attestation as a consumer at first and as an accreditation body as a rule. So those are the famous model of the conformity assessment functions and activities, starting from selection, end by the surveillance, which are the 6 model or 6 conformity assessment functions. And under each function, there are multiple activities. It depends on the product specified requirement. Coming to the integration between the halal critical control points and BRP or PRP, we can see here the concept. If we see the layer 4 and layer 2 in addition to layer 1, there are 3 tiers, and these tiers have 3 layers. We have a zero tolerance. If we can,
I'm very sorry to interrupt. Could we wrap up in 5 minutes, maybe summarize? Because
only less than 5 minutes. I know you are waiting. Yeah, you are waiting for the lunch and prayer. Okay, sorry. I will finish in less than 5 minutes. We are very close to finish.
Thank you.
Okay, we can see the zero tolerance concept. The zero tolerance concept, as we can see in front of us, for BRB or for operational prerequisite program, we can rely on some identified food safety aspects, but again, these food safety aspects, if we translate this requirement to the halal, it will be irreversible, like, for example, recovery time or using stunning in halal production for slaughtering. Layer 3 in detail, this is a good example for us. You may have the presentation and have the material on hand to read it, and we can discuss at any occasion. We have here explain about the hazard versus HCCB, and you can see here a lot of requirements identified, the primary hazard, and explain about why it is zero tolerance for halal, and it might be not for the food safety applicable because we can have the corrective action taken, risk-based assessment, and also hazard analysis, so changes temperature or pH or sanitation, cleaning program, etc. So there are a lot of good points to integrate between the food safety and halal. The rule system, the integration, which is again zero, we are repeating zero duplication. These are the rule. You can see the accreditation and the integration at this level. This is the IHAS, Integrated Halal Accreditation System. And here is Integrated Halal Certification System, where the halal certification body are utilizing the output from the food safety management system. In addition to, we do have the operator, which are the base of this pyramid. Coming to the recognition pathway, 5-level recognition, the global pathway to mutual recognition. We have level 1, level 2, level 3, and we can see level 5. Intentionally, we added here this gray color because it is still a gray area regarding the integration and regarding the existence of a reliable, mature halal certification scheme. So we have this still vacant and they still have not occupied by any reliable, recognized. On an individual basis, we cannot accept any halal certification body without having their own halal certification scheme based on the specified requirement and specific rule taken from the applicable standard, as we can see here, CEMIC 1 or any equivalent standard. Governance framework, which is the rule, we have R. R, it means the range and the research. U is the understanding and also understanding of the context itself, if there is a food safety management system. In addition to link between the function and like international practice. International practice means the conformity assessment functional approach or functional process logic itself. So the functional process logic, it needs to be introduced and need to be realized and they need to be properly implemented inside the halal certification systems to be systemic, not only systematic, written information, documented information, record, but no proper implementation. Systemic and not only systematic. Understanding, exceeding the expectation, we are working for beneficiary and we are the first beneficiary as a consumer. We have to work hard for satisfying the beneficiary regulatory body requirement. 5 conditions closing the gap for the problem of transcription itself. We have from C1 to C5, and these are the closing the gap. Here we do have integrated halal certification system. This is a good example for slaughtering. As we can see, food safety management system integration. We do have the animal fair. We have OIE, Racial Animal Code. We have the international European level 1099 regulation. So all of these shall be incorporated. And this is what meant by, if you remember here, understanding the requirement itself and to practice what after this understanding. To practice what after this understanding. At the last, accommodation program themselves, and as we can see, all of these activities are at the slaughterhouse level, are at the farmers level, and shall be understood by the halal certification body because we are asking them to make a product attestation whether the product halal or not. Before last, we do have here the pathway for global mutual recognition ended by the golden key or the golden prize itself, which is the IFHAB MRA recognized for the sake of global trade between countries. For sure, there is no halal requirement is required, but between the production countries and OIC countries themselves. Here as a diagram to explain in brief the situation, as we can see here, the integration coming from these 2 wings, and we do have the integrated halal accreditation system, the implementation on the CP level and operator level. We do have the food safety management system, and we do have the operator who is receiving two certificates. One is for halal, one is for food safety, but they are separate in final output, but they are integrated in their activity and their function to add the benefit to the industry and operator. Conclusion and recommendation for business operator, we do have for health certification body, for accreditation bodies, and the scheme owner. All of these are so important requirements to establish maturity and the high level halal conformity assessment system in place to be recognized and to be identified and distinguished worldwide, not to have snags or not to have lack of transcription or lack of interpretation. Thank you so much. So if you have any question, you are welcome. If not, you can enjoy your lunch and we'll see you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Abdul Matagali. So with your permission, I would like to finish this session without any questions. So maybe you need some resting. I want to thank you all for coming and giving us your valuable time, and all our audience also. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. I think we are going to have a certificate ceremony, right?
We cannot hear the speakers. We cannot hear the speakers. Hak Management Board member and Hacı Mehmet Güler from İbn Haldun University. Yes, you will be given your certificates. We would like to thank Ms. Edil Burcu, our moderator. Ateykür Rahman Memnun.
Thank you so much. Lana Maraşte hanımefendiye thank you so much. Ve Mutip El Mezani Barakallah fik. Birlikte hep beraber siz de alalım. Bir hatıra fotoğrafı alacağız. Hacı Mehmet hocamla birlikte. Efendim siz de alalım mı beraber? Hocam. Tüm katılımcılarımıza şükranlarımızı sunuyoruz. 45 geçe 14.45'te 6. oturumda tekrar birlikte oluyoruz. Hepinizi bekliyoruz. Yemek üst katta yemekhanede. Namazlarınızı camide, mescitte kılabilirsiniz efendim. 45 geçe tekrar 6. oturumda bir aradayız.
Thank you, brother. Çok teşekkür ederim. Thank you so much.
Gerçekten kimse yok deme bak resmimi mayalım gelecekler. Selçuklu'yla çekilmiyor mu? Konuşuyor için. Nasıl kapatıyoruz? Çıkma bakalım. Tamam şimdi kapatalım. Düzgün mü? Bir dakika bakayım bir. Hani şu açıdan alsana. Bazen şey çıkıyor. Nasıl çıktı?
Bence çok güzel oldu.
Aa,
Bayağı
güzel.
çektim bu
Güzel,
arada.
çok teşekkür ederim. Tamam atarsın. HD kalitesini atabilir
Tabii
misin?
tabii öyle atarım.
Teşekkür ederim.
Seninki iPhone mu?
Yok
Ha,
Samsung.
AirDrop'la atayım diyecektim.
Bilmiyorum öyle şeyler var.
HD de atarım ben.
Ha, normal. Bu olmaz ya böyle.
Yani de bitecek.
Sen hangi açıdan çektin? Eski
Yine aynı o şekilde çekebiliriz. Bir de şöyle. Böyle. Ha, olur. Şöyle ya. Tamam yeter.
Say. Kıymetli misafirler, değerli konuklarımız, 6. oturum için sizleri salona davet ediyoruz.
I would like to invite you to the main conference hall for the sixth session. Our session will start soon.
Salondaki yerlerinizi almanızı rica ediyoruz. Konuşmacılarımız burada mı hocam? İki hanımefendi var, değil mi? Tamam. Bir eksiğimiz mi var hocam? Onu da Pakistan'dan gelen. Hangisi hocam o? Şu genel müdür mü? Kıymetli konuklar, değerli misafirler.
Distinguished guests, we can start our session. If you are ready, we will start. In the sixth session, we are going to talk about the sectoral diversity of Halal certification. I will invite the speakers first. From Akdeniz University, faculty member Professor Dr. Ömer Akgüntekin. From JSMO, Jordan Standards and Metrology Institution, Dr. Ruba Al-Tawabia. I hope I pronounced it correctly. From Malaysia. From the Faculty of Technology and Supply Chain Management, Associate Professor Dr. Halina Suzana Jafar. And from Pakistan, Dr. Syed Arif Ali Hussaini, the General Manager of HCTRS. The moderator of this session will be Mr. Süleyman Beşit, HAK General Secretary. The floor is yours, distinguished General Director. We cannot hear the speaker.
After lunch, it is a bit difficult for everyone to follow speech, but in this session, there are interesting subjects from halal tourism to supply chain. And also we have 4 distinguished speakers for our session. As you all know, halal certification can verify different areas. Until now, many halal standards have been issued and published by the SMIC. Especially we are following SMIC rules. With the contribution of SMIC members as well as relevant stakeholders from industry and trade. These standards include the ones on halal food, food additives, halal cosmetics, halal tourism, halal gelatin, laboratories performing halal tests,
feasibility and implementability. The tourism companies are working similarly all around the world. I'm sure. And the enterprises who want to appeal to all the Muslim tourists, this can constitute a model. I will now talk about the summary part. First, I want to touch on the concept of value. Halal tourism system. Now, can you hear me better? Halal tourism standard. What does it mean for the sector? We need to mention something here. There is a spiritual dimension for Muslims in the halal tourism, but it is also a part of a business. There is a commercial concept here. It is not sufficient to pay attention to it as a spiritual concept. It has to have a value in order to survive in the business sector. And this value must be meaningful for the customers and the service providers so that the system can be continuous. Otherwise, it will just remain as a spiritual concept. That is why I attach great importance to value. There's a theoretical correspondence of it in the social sciences. There is this expectation of success and value concept. In order to implement halal standards, we need managers because the hotel managers will take decisions. So there is a will of a person, of a human being. So we need a motivation for that. In order to adopt the standard, in order to certify the standard, and in order to practice the standard, there has to be a motivation. This expectation value theory explains the motivation as follows. First of all, there's an expectation for the success of implementing it. The hotels must believe that they can succeed in it. The content of the standard must be feasible. So the managers should believe that we can do this successfully. We don't have a huge problem in this area. Many hotel enterprises agree that CIMIC 9 standards can be implemented. Our problem is in the value part. Halal tourism is important as a spiritual concept, but in order to continue a business in the field, it is not sufficient. We should be able to attribute, actually, it should attribute a value. Halal tourism should attribute a value. We should tackle this issue in two levels. The first one is what are the possible obstacles to the implementation of halal tourism? Our standard is kind of new in the provision to the customers and the implementation in the other operations. There can be some challenges, and we have to solve those problems. We should be able to get feedback from the sector in order to revise it. I'm not talking about desktop evaluations. I'm talking about the real obstacles, problems by the real people, and it should be provided as a feedback. And secondly, we should be able to show that this is a value for the enterprise. After you get this certificate, this will improve your business this way. So you will have more occupancy rate, you will have more sales, and you will have better economic return. Otherwise, the standard cannot be implemented in the field. So there should be an economic viability of it.
Bu SIMIC 9
We have 6 main headings. So within the scope of CIMIC, I would like to mention some of them. So strong access to Muslim travel markets, competitive advantage should be there, brand image should be strong, international recognition should be contributed to, reliable, safe product and service standards should be emphasized, and income and occupancy rate should increase. So these are critical factors for us. So hotels adopting these or valuing these concepts within the scope of SMIC. So I would like to know, deep dive into these. Strong access to Muslim travel market. This starts with demand. So customers in the field, in terms of owning the standard, we need efforts because halal sensitivity in Islamic community may be at different levels. So such hotels are opted by Muslims with high level sensitivity level of halal. In terms of interrogating the document, community is not aware of the document or certification because people are not aware of SMIC or SMIC standard. They do not know a halal hotel standard. This is not also different in the other countries, I think. In the other Islamic countries, this is again the same, I think. So we need awareness and information raising for this. Another problem is, this is also valid for Muslim travel market currently and for conventional tourism, bookings, 85% of the bookings happen on online platforms. To compare to the past, if we are not going to any travel agencies for our bookings, or we're not calling the hotels via phone. So there are many platforms, Halal Booking, Expedia Booking, Agoda in Gulf countries. So we make use of these platforms to plan our vacations. But on these platforms, CIMIC 9, there is nothing about CIMIC 9. So when you enter those platforms, or halal hotels, so many hotels can be presented as halal, and this is unfair because there are hotels meeting these requirements with certification, but it is like the ones not serving alcohol when needed are deemed in the same category. So we do not have the right competitive advantage here. Of course, it's not the duty of SMIC or halal accreditation agencies. This is about awareness, but we need cooperation to do that. So these online operators should know this. SMIC holding facilities should be under another category or they should be labeled. For that reason, hotels having CIMIC 9 and not having CIMIC 9, they should be clearly differentiated and marketed so that this document can create an advantage in sales. The second thing is our products, because they are complying the standards, they have high level of difference, reliability, and safety. So these are very important concepts. And in branding, we should be able to use those. And I think enterprises should be taught this because they are not knowledgeable about how to use these standards. Yes, we do have some rules. We have to abide by them, they say, but how can we use it? How can we make it more valuable? So for these, they need orientation, guidance, and the efficient positioning of products and services. We need to think about it for public-private partnerships, and international recognition can be contributed to. But now there's a bigger problem. Within OIC, as far as I know, there is no tourism department or unit, a Muslim-friendly or halal tourism unit. There are 2 billion Muslims living on the world, and 1 billion of them are actively living in travel destinations like Europe, like Gulf countries, like Russia, Western Russia. So we do have a serious market. But within OIC, even, we do not have a tourism office. And to build this international nexus, we need this platform. OIC in the world, tourism is one of the 5 biggest sectors in the world, like food, like fuel oil. So it is one of the 5 biggest sectors. But as OIC, we do not attach this importance to tourism as it deserves. I think we need a coordination unit within OIC for tourism sector. And another problem is Within UN Tourism Organization, there is not such a unit. For example, for sustainable tourism, yes, there is a unit, but there are 2 billion Muslims on the world, and they are making 25% of world population, but there is no department under UNWTO for this. Maybe this is because we lack of pressurizing on UN, so as OIC countries, but we need an international cooperation platform within OIC and within World Tourism Organization. Plus this, up until this office is established within WTO and within OIC, in terms of events being carried out, tourism can happen in a Muslim-friendly manner. We should articulate this in the world around Muslims. So Muslims are unaware that tourism can also be halal. So this is not a one-directional unknown, but we do lack of awareness on both ends. But standards are very new, of course. We have to raise awareness. Safe products and service standards. These are other value categories for us. And we have to emphasize this too, this standard, in which hotel it is existing. In that hotel, you can access similar levels of value too. And as a result of an audit, this happens for food. Food is important for hotels. Halal cosmetics, halal food are the other requirements of halal tourism. So efficient audit should prove this. And another point is, for us, for example, worshipping opportunities during tourism, providing halal and reliable, safe food in terms of confidentiality, meeting the requirements. This may create big, huge competitive advantage. So we need to make it visible. And another important thing is, SMIC 9 is not just the standards, but it has to be a part of the enterprise culture, identity, as a part of our identity. So it has to be seen as an Islamic trade understanding. So we have to put forward that we're owning CIMIC 9 from those perspectives. It can make it more valuable. And another important organization is GMTI. Sorry, Crescent Rating from Singapore. So they shared very important data. 180 million Muslim tourists traveled to another country from their own country. So this is a very huge market that we're talking about. And they spent like $190 billion. And Crescent Ratings GMTI report tells us that Global Muslim Trade Index tells us that in the year 2030, 245 million Muslims will be traveling to another country from their countries, and they will be spending $235 billion. So the market is growing. This is what we predict. So this is a potential income and occupancy increase for us as tourism people. This is our perspective. This is another advantage. This is another SMIC 9 advantage. I think we should put forward it likewise. I'll wrap up. And plus this uncertainty and trust. So between these two concepts, we need to find a solution. We do not like uncertainty. So we would like to know what we are eating. We would like to know the service that we are receiving in terms of being halal or not. So SMIC 9 ensures this for income and occupancy to pay extra money for safety and occupancy, then this is another plus. And there are a limited number of hotels for this, and this is a niche market, and we can sell in return for higher prices. So this is another payback of this process. And also our target audience are not like Europeans and Russians. They are crowded families. They can spend more. So we are facing such a target audience, and this is again related with income increase and occupancy rate increase. And lastly, to wrap up what I said, these are the recommendations that I can give. First, we need to raise awareness. especially in terms of demand. So customers should be aware of SMIC 9. Muslims should know that there's a standard like this for hotels, but this is not known. Intermediary platforms, so online travel agencies like Booking, Halal, Booking, Agado, platforms like this should differentiate SMIC 9 owning, holding enterprises, facilities. So we need to push such a filtration system within OIC and within UNWTO. We need an office for a Muslim-friendly hospitality sector. So to create this push on these organizations, we need an intermediary, we need an office. I think we should lead it. This will contribute to CIMIC 9 too in the future. And also we missed something after the pandemic. So tourism demands changed, shifted, rather than gigantic hotels. So there's a target audience going for minimalistic choices, bungalows or daily facilities. CIMIC 9 can cover those too, not just mega or gigantic enterprises facilities, but micro facilities should make use of this too. So I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for allocating time for my presentation. I would like to express my warm greetings to all of you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your valuable contribution.
Speech comes from Dr. Ruba Essevabiye. She is working at Jordan Standards and Metrology Organization as Director of Verification, Notification, and Anti-Counterfeiting Unit. She is also chairperson of SMIC 2 on halal cosmetic issues. She is trainer and expert on standardization, chemicals, and safety of consumer products. She will talk on halal cosmetic certification, strategic insights for consumer trust and sustainable economic growth. What is yours?
Thank you, Mr. Sulaiman. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. At the beginning, please allow me to thank Halal Accreditation Agency in Turkey for organizing the first international Halal Congress and for giving me this opportunity to meet and networking with the distinguished policymakers, experts, and academics in the field of halal quality infrastructure. Just I'm waiting for my presentation to come into the screen. It is not this one. In the presentation that will come soon, I will cover a quick introduction about what is halal cosmetics, then navigating the current landscape of halal cosmetics certification, highlighting the challenges and try to recommend some solutions to encounter these challenges, ending with future trends in halal cosmetics certification, and conclusion, the importance of the synergy between halal cosmetics certification, sustainability, and technological development in this time. First of all, what is halal cosmetics? According to the relevant CIMIC standard, CIMIC 4, it is the cosmetic that complies with the concept of halal and meets all the requirements mentioned in this standard. The key requirements, in addition to Sharia requirements, are ingredient compliance. It should be free from pork-derived ingredients and free from non-halal materials, from improper slaughtering, and, for example, it should be from ethanol, from khamr sources. Another key requirements regarding the manufacturing processes, the equipment should be halal, validated cleaning, use of halal cleaning agents. In this regard, CIMIC 2 is working now in standard for ritual cleaning. It will serve for both cosmetics and food industries. An important manufacturing process in the context of halal is the segregation to ensure halal compliant supply chains. And another important issue to make it tayyib product is the product specific requirements, the safety of cosmetics product. If we want to see the global halal cosmetics market, we heard yesterday and today that there is a rising Muslim population reaching now about 2 billion. So there is a demand for safe and transparent products. This demand is not only for Muslims, it is also for non-Muslim consumers. There is increasing purchasing power in Muslim majority countries, and a relatively rising awareness of halal and sustainable values. As I will show to you that there is a linkage between halal and sustainable values. And there is expansion of halal certification programs that involve now certification of halal certification of cosmetics, increasing regulatory oversight and growth of e-commerce platforms. This impact not only the purchasing behavior for cosmetics or halal cosmetics, it is for all the products, and the halal products are not exception in this case. Now, if we start to analyze the current landscape of global halal cosmetic certification, we have around 9 policy dimensions and the current situation for each policy dimension, starting from the global certification structure. We have around 400 halal certification bodies in all sectors, around 60 halal certification body for cosmetics. Regarding the international recognition, we have few certification bodies that are widely recognized. In terms of standardization, no single global halal cosmetic standard, although we have CIMIC 4 on halal cosmetics, but not all Islamic countries adopting CIMIC 4 till the moment. Industry impact, multiple certifications is needed, so it will add burden to SMEs to export such kind of halal products. The consumer trust comes from the fact that they know about what is halal and the value of halal and how to recognize that a product is halal certified. So a lot of work has to be done in this regard. About regulatory oversight, we heard yesterday and also today about some approaches used in different Islamic countries. Some countries have centralized halal authorities, others relying on private certifiers. Trade as a policy dimension, halal cosmetics are growing in Asia Pacific and Middle East other than other regions. In terms of innovation and research and development, we have limited halal focused cosmetic R&D centers in many countries, and also halal testing for cosmetics needs strengthening. The digitalization, we have slow adoption of digital traceability systems in halal quality infrastructure in general. Above the accreditation systems, there are some accreditation bodies that are specific for halal, such as HAC. Others are within the national accreditation organizations. So this is the current landscape. From the analysis of the current situation, we can extract some challenges can appear in this slide. The challenges, the lack of harmonized standards, complex ingredients in the halal cosmetics industry, cross-contamination risks, because as you know, if factory, they have different lines. A line, for example, for ordinary cosmetics and another line for halal cosmetics. So in this case, cross-contamination could happen. Another point or challenge is limited global recognition, as some certification bodies are recognized only in some regions but not recognized in other regions. The high certification costs, especially for small and medium enterprises, an important issue, especially in the field of halal cosmetics, is the limited technical expertise, the lack of halal cosmetics auditors. We need ingredient specialists and halal testing laboratories in the halal cosmetic sector. The last challenge is the lack of consumer awareness to increase the credibility of the products in the market. Now, for each policy dimension that we have mentioned, the challenges, or we analyzed the current situation, there are some recommended actions to promote halal certification. For the global certification structure, the promotion of international harmonization and mutual recognition agreements should be promoted. In terms of the international recognition, establish recognition framework with major halal markets. The standardization, Islamic countries and OIC countries should support the development of unified halal cosmetics guidelines or standard and should adopt it in the same time. Regarding the industry impact, governments has to support industry, halal cosmetics industry. They need to provide certification subsidies for small and medium enterprises and or provide tax incentives for halal certified factories also. In the term of the consumer trust, the launch of national awareness campaigns on halal labeling is important. Regarding the regulatory oversight, to establish clear strategic insights to promoting halal certification. And the recommended action here is to go for gradual implementation and enforcing if there is a tendency to force. Here I would like to mention the case of Indonesia. They started navigating halal cosmetics in the 90s. In 2026, they published and enforced Act on Halal Cosmetics. So it took them around 30 years to go from voluntary to mandatory requirements for halal cosmetics. We are not telling you that you need 30 years, because now with the technological advancements can make things move more quickly. For trade and export potential, to integrate halal certification into trade agreements within Islamic countries. Innovation and R&D, invest in halal research institutes and innovation hubs. In this regard also, I have to highlight the important relationship between that I saw in this forum and in other forums between Luqman al-Hakim University and the SMIC, for example. This is example of how the interaction and collaboration of universities and academia with policymakers and industry should be. For digitalization, we have to benefit from emerging technology, enhancing traceability, but in this regard, we have to focus on AI. And when we are talking about AI and we are talking about halal and halal values, we have to make sure the ethical use of AI. About accreditation systems to strengthen national accreditation organization in the field of halal cosmetics. For future of halal cosmetics certification, I focus on 2 points, one regarding sustainability and the other about digitalization. Digital halal certification systems, the use of blockchain for supply chain transparency and traceability. These emerging technologies will improve transparency and traceability and ensure halal integrity and strengthen consumer confidence for sustainable halal cosmetics, promoting halal products for non-Muslim community also, not all, not for Muslims only. About halal cosmetics and sustainability, we have some synergies and overlaps. Both are minimizing harm, encourage use of natural ingredients, but the ethical sourcing of these natural ingredients, and also both focus on transparency and traceability. And an important maybe recommendation here is to couple the halal food industries with halal cosmetics industry in this regard. So the byproducts of some halal food factories could be an input in halal cosmetics. In this regard, you ensure the continuity of the halal supply chain, and you are also promoting sustainability at the same time. In conclusion, I would like to highlight that halal cosmetics growth can be done through the synergy between halal cosmetics certification, which ensures compliance and consumer trust, the use of sustainability approaches, the use of eco-friendly and ethical practices, and the use of technological advancements for transparency and traceability, but focusing on the ethical use of the technological advancements. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Aba, for your presentation. Now, we come our third speaker. She is Associate Professor, Dr. Halina Suzana Jafer. She is from Malaysia, University Technology Mara, Faculty of Business and Management Department of Technology and Supply Chain Management Studies. She is well known with her studies on logistics and supply chain management, relationship quality, service quality logistics, halal supply chain, sustainable supply chain, trade logistics, green logistics, ESG in logistics, and halal operation. She will talk about halal supply chain, protecting integrity, building trust, expanding markets. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer and also the government of Turkey for inviting me all the way from Kuala Lumpur. Right, so to present on this halal supply chain. Okay, I just want to bring you all to my approach. Only 3 main areas, that is why, what is halal supply chain, and looking at how to estimate the demand for halal supply chain, and finally, why is it important? All right, so okay, this is basically a general overview of a food supply chain. So if you look the chain, the entire chain is from harvesting, say for example, the agriculture sector. So it goes to, this involves farm, grower, producer, and did it connect?
Sunumu yansıtabilir misiniz?
Okay, all right. So then it goes to processing and manufacturing, where it involves manufacturers, bulk shippers, processors. So it involves various processes like cleaning, cooking, and packaging foods, and and so on. And the third stage, it goes into packaging, where packaging very important to protect the food, and also transportation. Actually, from one entity to another entity, you need transportation and warehousing. Okay, so when it comes to packaging and distribution, it involves like retail distributor, food service distributor, international shippers, and finally it goes to retail. And lastly, consumers, where retail, of course, involve grocery sectors, grocery stores, restaurants, international markets, and finally, the customers and consumers. In a complex, more complex overview of supply chain, this is an example of palm oil. Malaysia and Indonesia is the top two largest exporter of palm oil. So you see, in order to maintain, to maintain the quality of the product, palm oil, you need the product need to reach the mills within 24 hours, or else the quality will be affected. So when we talk about quality affected, meaning, talking about halal, we want to avoid contamination during delivery, handling, storing, transportation, and so on. So this is a very critical area because the product move from one point to another, from origin to destination. So until it goes to export to another country, or finally it goes to the store where final consumers will use it. Okay, so now we look into the consumer opportunities in the global Islamic economy. I think all of you, especially in the halal sector, realize the growth of the halal industry. So from this graph, you can see F&B is the most largest sector in the halal industry, followed by media creation, halal pharma, models, fashion, halal cosmetic, and Muslim-friendly travel. Okay, from here, why didn't you see logistics, halal logistics? Because logistics is the service that moves these products, these halal products. Okay, so that's why it didn't occur here. So how do we estimate? How do we estimate? So if you see the demand for F&B just now, we see the highest halal sector is food and beverages. So the demand for halal product will lead to the increasing role of halal supply chain. So it goes parallel. The demand of the halal products will increase the demand for halal supply chain. That's how you estimate, the use of the growth in the halal supply chain. So of course, other tool like technology is the enabler, can enable the sector to evolve. Because in logistics, information system or information technology is one of the element in the logistics. Okay. Alright, so this is one of the report, consultant report that I found that estimates the halal logistic market. It says that the estimated value of USD 5,435.15 million, and the growth is estimated at CAGR 8.2% between 2021 to 2028. But however, since we know that the halal certification is voluntarily, so I think this is not quite reliable unless there is a compulsory that all product will be carried by halal supply chain, then only this figure is reliable. Right now we don't. Okay. Okay, this is the main activities in the logistic industry. This is main activities. Of course, it's a lot of other activities throughout the logistic process, logistic services. So basically, consolidation, handling, temperature control, packaging, loading and unloading. So you can see from this, the one that I highlight now is the most critical in the halal logistic process, in the halal product handling, because these are the things, the activities that can, lead to contamination of the halal products. All right. Okay, I cannot elaborate further on this because to save more time. So now we go to the why is it important? Why halal supply chain is important? So if you look, everybody understand here that halal is the next frontier of the economic growth. It is, deliberately yesterday during the opening ceremony. So because global halal economy is expanding, of course, across all the sectors, halal sectors, and Muslim population growth increases demand for halal product worldwide, not only Muslim, but also non-Muslim. And supply chain integrity is critical. Everybody is talking about integrity of the halal products to maintain the halal credibility. So halal logistics is becoming the strategic industry capability. All right. So why halal supply chain integrity matters? So the first one is halal integrity must be maintained beyond production, because you cannot rely on halal products alone to ensure that that product arrives to reach the consumers that is completely or genuinely halal. Because when the product go through from the origin, throughout the process that I show you just now, of course, it involves a lot of activity exposed to, temperature, exposed to contamination, consolidation, packaging, so only halal supply chain that can ensure the halal integrity of the halal product. And logistics and transportation are high-risk contamination points. Because, say, for example, you are not segregating it, halal and non-halal, hazardous and non-hazardous. And then, so these are the things that can lead to the contamination. It's very high risk because currently the logistic practice, they don't really focus on halal. Okay, they just divide the product into wet product and also dry product in terms of food. And halal failure in the supply chain can compromise halal status. And finally, from the consumer perspective, consumer expect full confidence in the halal authenticity. Okay, so now the halal risks become more complex, especially the supply chain is getting longer and longer, meaning when it involves import-export of from one country, it transit to another country, transit to another country before it reaches to the final destination. So it is very significant. Halal supply chain is very significant internationally because it extends halal governance beyond the factory to the entire downstream chain. So there are various key ways where halal supply chain can protect integrity. Okay, so number one is preventing cross-contamination. So cross-contamination, even though in the halal food standard, there is a clause of, you must take care of handling, transporting, storing, storage, and so on. But it does not explain the whole process of how to handle that halal products. Okay, so that's the reason why we have this halal supply chain standard, because it deliberates, explain clearly and extensively on how to prevent this cross-contamination. And secondly, traceability throughout the supply chain. So as I said just now, one of the elements of logistics is information system. So blockchain, the one we are talking just now, digitalization and so on. So that can help this traceability of the halal products. And the third one is standardized. Okay, I think let me save time. Okay, this is the one that I said just now to prevent the cross contamination. So how to prevent? You can segregate the products with the halal and non-halal. Also, you can have a dedicated transport vehicles, container, separate handling equipment, and you have a clear labeling and identification system. And this is a traceability just now. So when you have the traceability system, it allows companies to track product origin, monitoring, processing, and handling stages, identify potential contamination points, because in the halal supply chain, we need to identify the critical control point and how do we try to estimate and we try to calculate the level of risk, okay, the level of risk. So the risk that falls under risk 7, 8, 9, that will be the halal critical control point. Okay, so you can, when you have this, you can quickly perform product recalls if necessary and improve transparency and accountability. And the third one is the standardized procedures and compliance. And Alhamdulillah, now we have these two standards. Malaysia perspective is MS 3400, and we have proposed to SMIC to adopt this Malaysian standard to OIC. Then, in SMIC, it has been published in October 2020. 2020, OIC SMIC 17. That's why it says halal supply chain management system, because it is a process. It's intangible. It's not like halal products. You can see and you know how it contaminates. So that's why it's a little bit different perspective. And the standard requirement documented halal handling procedure. There are risk management system on the in the standards where you learn that. You need to identify the risk, and staff training on halal compliance, regular internal and external audits. So this can control halal integrity across operations. And the certification scheme, the one I mentioned just now, MS 2400 in Malaysia, and now we have OIC SMIC 17, where the difference is not that much. The difference is not that much, I would say, like, because the only thing is that we have to address, in Malaysia, we follow Mazhab Shafi'i, and in OIC SMIC, we discuss, we go through all the clauses again. It takes 3 years to go through all the clauses and address all the school of thoughts, the 4 mazhabs, and finally we come up published in October 2020. So this is actually the operating requirements of halal supply chain. There are part 1, which is transportation, part 2, halal supply chain management system warehousing, and part 3, halal supply chain management system in retailing. And to update you, the current one that we are doing now, we are going to publish part 4, halal supply chain, port-friendly standards. Okay, so that will come hopefully this year. Now we are in the process of final review of all the clauses. Okay, and also in halal supply chain standards, we have the halal assurance system, HAS, where HAS is to monitor and control potential risks. We identify the risks that would compromise halal integrity. And number 5, to maintain consumer trust. So halal integrity also closely linked to consumer confidence, especially in Muslim majority markets. So a properly managed halal supply chain can increase consumer confidence, because we ensure that throughout the journey of the halal products are all Sharia compliance. Okay, so it protects brand reputation, and also it strengthens global market access, thus enhances market credibility. And finally, this is the most recent one, that is halal supply chain actually support ethical and responsible business practices. Now we talk about ESG, we talk about sustainability. So these halal principles actually align closely with the modern sustainability and ESG expectations, making halal supply chains relevant not only for religious compliance, but also for responsible business management. So from there, I mean, there's a list of, how halal practice, align with the environmental dimension, social dimension, also governance dimension. Therefore, halal supply chain promotes values such as transparency, cleanliness and hygiene, ethical sourcing, and also responsible logistic practices. And trade, in soft trade, access to the global market, as well as we have a complete supply chain, no matter from which origin to which destination. If you have this halal supply chain services, it will bring, regulatory acceptance and brand legitimacy in cross-border trade. Okay, so halal management system management is not a cost center, but it is also a market enabling capability. Okay, so halal certified supply chain allows companies to enter countries, especially within the Muslim major Muslim market. You are using the same standard, so there's no problem when it crosses the border. Okay. And the benefits, of course, if company have this certification, they will have competitive advantage in the halal markets, improve risk management because they identify the risk throughout the process, and it can easily access to international halal trade. And the key takeaways is that halal supply chain protects integrity by ensuring segregation, traceability, compliance with halal standards, systematic monitoring, transparent logistic practices, guaranteeing that halal products remain halal, safe, and trustworthy from production to consumption. So halal integrity must be protected throughout the supply chain. Logistics plays a critical role in maintaining halal status, and strong halal supply chain management builds trust and market competitiveness. Okay, that's all for now. Okay, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. It's an important part in logistics halal sector.
Yeah.
Especially logistics and traceability is an important part of it. Thank you for your presentation. Now we are continuing our fourth speaker, Dr. Mufti Saeed Arif Ali Al-Husseini. He is General Manager of Halal Certification, Testing and Research Services, Research Institute of Chemistry, International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, University of Karachi, Pakistan. He is also member board of governors of Pakistan Halal Authority, director of Department of Halal Jurisprudence, qualified and approved trainer of CIMIC, member of Halal Technical Committee of CIMIC also, research fellow of International Islamic Fiqh Academy, and PNAC Sharia Assessor on OIC CIMIC 2. Now we will listen his speech, the role of an Islamic affairs expert in halal certification under the theme sector diversity of halal certification. The floor is yours.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Sallallahu ala Nabi al-Kareem. The topic for today's talk is why do we need Islamic Sharia, an Islamic affairs expert in halal certification, in halal conformity assessment system. I have divided my discussion in two parts. In first part, we will discuss about the role of an Islamic affairs expert in halal certification, the need, the halal standards, and particularly the integration of Sharia principles in halal standards, the Quran, Sunnah, and Fiqh. In part two, we will talk about the diversity sectoral of halal certification, a Sharia perspective. In this regard, we will talk about the material sources in Sharia rulings, animal, plant, mineral, and synthetic. The Sharia in meat sciences and slaughtering process practices, animal feed industry, food safety and quality control in the light of Sharia, in the Sharia framework for oral and external use of products in terms of halal and tahir. And also we will talk about the qualitative and quantitative approach of Islamic Sharia principles in halal industry, particularly in CIMIC standards. And also we will elaborate about the standard languages about the word of requirement shall, should, can, may versus Sharia terminology and Sharia principles, and also the role of Islamic affairs expert in halal conformity assessment system. Here we have three types of ayats from Quran. In the first ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses the common people, Ya ayyuhan nas. In the second ayah, the people are particularly addressed, the people of Iman, the Muslims. And in the third ayah, the highest category in the humanity and human being, the Rasul, the Anbiya, and the prophets. So, when we see in this Quranic way of the narration, So when we talk about the worth in amount of halal industry, that trillions of dollars, in my opinion, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has addressed and recommended halal for common people, ya ayyuhan nas, so it is regardless to the Muslim and non-Muslim, all the global food industry is halal industry, and it is our responsibility to make sure halal supply to the human being and particularly to the Muslim ummah. This is the basic for Islamic affairs expert from the Sunnah that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam categorized halal industry, halal products in 3 different categories: the clear halal, halal bayyin, halal haram bayyin, wa bainahuma mushtabihat. Clear halal, clear haram, and between them the gray area and the doubtful products. And also Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, the وَبَيْنَهُمَا مُشْتَبِهَاتْ لَا يَعْلَمُهُنَّ كَثِيرٌ مِّنَ النَّاسِ. So this wording is particularly for these people, for this conference, for experts, that there are not too much people who knows about the particular doubtful and the gray area, the mushtabihat, the doubtful products. So this is our duty to protect ourselves and to protect ummah from the doubtful products. In this slide, the ayat in ahadith particularly integrates about the authority of Sharia to declare something halal or non-halal. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَقُولُوا لِمَا تَصِفُ أَلْسِنَتُكُمُ الْكَذِبَ هَذَا حَلَال وَهَذَا حَرَامٌ. Don't say without any reason, without any logic, any doubt, without any proof that this is halal and this is non-halal. In another ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, قُلْ أَرَأَيْتُمْ مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ بِالرِّزْقٍ فَجَعَلْتُمْ مِنْهُ حَرَامًا وَحَلَالًا. Is there any proof with you to declare something halal or non-halal? In also hadith of Bukhari, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ الْيَهُودَ حُرِّمَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ الشُّحُومُ فَجَمَّلُوهَا فَبَاعُوهَا وَأَكَلُوا ثَمَنَهَا. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited the fat for Jewish people, and then they melt it and use it. So in this regard, the purpose of this slide, that halal is the sole authority, property, and the sole in one and only Sharia to declare something halal or non-halal. The other food safety, quality management system, other ISO standards, other supply chain, other contamination, FSMS, QMS, all these things are secondary because the word halal is the property of Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Kulu mimma fil ard halalan tayyiba. So from here we can see the importance of Islamic affairs experts in the involvement of Sharia in halal conformity assessment system. These are the basic principles which are integrated in all the halal standards, particularly in OIC CIMIC 1, 4, 9, 6, 24, 37, 50, 49. All the standards, they rounds about these 7 standards. These are the 7 Sharia principles which are integrated in halal standards. The first one is the clear explicit text of Quran and Sunnah. The second one in the detestability and repulsiveness. The third, harmfulness, intoxication, impurity, human sanctity or human dignity. And the last one is the predatory animals. So these are the 7 principles. When we study, when we read, when we go to audit, when we perform in type of inspection, so these are only 7 principles which Sharia Islamic affairs expert must have in his mind to conduct the audit and the inspection process. When we categorize OIC CIMIC 1 and other standards for the origin base of the Islamic principles, so we have 4 types of raw materials: animal origin, plant origin, mineral origin, and synthetic origin. Going back to the previous slide, we have 7 Sharia principles. So the first one is most critical and high risky, the animal origin. Here we have 6 types of Sharia principles which must be integrated, which must be evaluated and checked in the raw material evaluation process. The plant origin and mineral origin is low risky, and here we have only 2 types of the Sharia principles: the harmfulness and intoxication. And the fourth one is also the gray area, وَبَيْنَهُمَا مُشْتَبِهَاتٍ. So we have to take care about is the halal source, process and safety. Also, we have a Sharia framework for oral and external industrial practice in products such like haram, halal, tahir and najas. When we categorize sectoral industries of food, cosmetics, supply chain, and other industries, halal tourism. So we will take care about this Sharia terminology and Sharia principles about the what is halal regarding and related to the food and oral use. What is tahir and najas? This is related to the outside, to the cosmetics products, the pharmaceutical products, our external use, halal tourism and other industries. So this is also very important to take care about the qualitative and quantitative approach of Sharia in the implementation of Islamic rules in halal standards, audits and inspection. Such like going to the Islamic rules to be implemented qualitatively in halal industry. These are the text of Quran and Sunnah. The istikhbas, that is called detestability, al-iskar, al-najasa, impurity and intoxication, harmfulness, al-karama, the human dignity, and also as-sab'iyya, that is called predatory animals. And the quantitative approach, which may be implemented in Islamic rules and the halal standards, that are the harmfulness and the intoxication. So from the intoxication, we can categorize alcoholic products, synthetic alcohol, industrial alcohol, 0.5% in this type of quantitative approach. But the first one is absolute zero tolerance for the quantitative approach, qualitative approach of the Sharia principles. Here is the standard language and the Sharia language. When Islamic affairs experts goes to the audit, performs audit and inspection, he has shall, should, can and may. This is the standard language. And in Islamic way, we have a flexible Islamic rulings and fatwa regarding the farz, wajib, sunnah, mustahab, and also the nafal and the mubah, the makruh, and the last one is non-halal. So how is we will categorize and grading the non-conformance in the audit from Islamic and Sharia point of view? We will talk about the last slide, inshallah, in this regard. These are the animal types and animal origin. I will skip some slides, going directly to the next part. Although I have kept all this slide for the information and education purpose. Just like going to the packaging material industry, a Sharia expert must check about the halal source. These are the halal critical control points, halal process, contamination, and food grade and safety. This is about the other products which are not mentioned in OIC CIMIC 1 particularly. For food service facilities, restaurants, what are the Sharia requirements? The halal materials, halal dedicated tools and utensils, dedicated halal plant, and no alcoholic beverages. These are the food processing requirements, halal ingredients, safety, and dedicated plant and equipments. This is also a Sharia point which is discussed commonly between the industry and Sharia experts. But coming from the CIMIC side and other standards, that istihala and transformation is not acceptable in halal certification. CIMIC standards particularly are totally based on the source of halal material. Now coming to the important part of food safety and quality control, a Sharia perspective, sometimes Islamic affairs expert or our auditors in halal industry, they become confused that how we will evaluate the food safety, the grading of quality management of SMS is in the light of Sharia. So if we see on the Quran and Sunnah, and check about the Sharia purposes, the Sharia maqasid, all these are very clear about the food safety and quality. These are some ayats from Quran about the food safety, and also Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, La tulqu bi'aydikum la tahluka wa ahsinu inna Allah yuhibbul muhsinin. In this ayah, the word tahluka is clearly mentioned by all the mufassirin and the people of tafsir that it means any type of zarar in harmfulness is prohibited in Islam. Also, this is another ayah, فَانْظُرْ إِلَىٰ طَعَامِكَ وَشَرَابِكَ لَمْ يَتَسَنَّى. From here, all the tafsir clearly mentioned that any spoiled food, any changed food is not allowed in Islam. Also, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, مَا يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ لِيَجَلَ عَلَيْكُم مِّنْ حَرَجٍ. So, the people of tafsir says, Al-aslu fil mazarri Allah takuna mashru'a. In principles, all harmful and hazardous things are haram in Islam. And going to the fiqh, Islamic fiqh, these are the some ayat, some ahadith about the food safety. I will particularly go to the fiqh. Yes, this is fiqh Hanafi. That is clearly that all hazards and unsafe food and things are prohibited in haram. This is fiqh Maliki, clearly mentions that all kind of spoiled and unsafe food is haram because of food safety. This is fiqh Shafi'i, that is clearly mentioning about the all kind of spoiled and unsafe food is haram. And this is a fiqh Hanbali, that any type of spoiled food is not allowed to be consumed by Muslims. And this is the fiqh Jafriya, that is clearly mentioning that no unsafe food is allowed for Muslims. So conclusion, Islam allow only healthy, wholesome and safe food, and prohibits about the unsafe and hazardous food. Now coming to the question that products non-conforming with FSMS or QMS, is it halal or not halal? And what will Sharia expert do in the audit and the inspection or the conformity assessment activity? So quality management system in Sharia, if we check about the quality management system, the Islam guarantees the supreme quality. Al-Islam yazman wa yuwajjih ila a'la ma'ir al-jawda fi kulli shay. So these are the some integrated values of Islam regarding the quality management system, that is taqwa, that is tawheed, that is information, khawf khuda, and other values of Islam that are clearly integrated in the halal quality management system. There is only one word in Quran and Sunnah, that is ihsan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Ahsinu wallahu yuhibbul muhsinin. Inna Allah yuhibbul muhsinin. So what is ihsan? Ihsan is excellence, perfections, and acting with full integrity in all deals, in all deeds. This is ihsan. So yes, our General Secretary Sahab name is also ihsan. Yeah, mashallah. So in other hadith, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam says, Inna Allah katabal ihsana ala kulli shay. Indeed, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Almighty has oriented and ordained excellence. Ihsan means excellence and perfection in all things. Therefore, when you kill something, kill with best way. So the ihsan is mandatory in all our actions, in all our activities. Also, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, Inna Allah yuhibbu iza amila ahadukum amalan ayyutqinahu. This is another word, itqan. Itqan is equal to ihsan. So the supervision in the audit of market is also part of Sunnah. This is clear hadith regarding the market visit by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the famous hadith regarding the adulteration. And also, when we go to the final slides, when we have some non-conformance, we have some deviations or the violation of the requirements. So what ISO requirements recommends? The ISO 9000, they recommends 3 types of steps: elimination, concession, or stop the original intended use. what is Sharia teachings and Sharia knowledge regarding it. So as I told earlier that Islam has a flexible Sharia system. These are the 6 categories of the products, raw materials or actions. Everything is not farz, everything is not haram. There is a flexible system of Sharia. So this is upon the responsibility of Sharia expert to take care about this flexibility of Islam and to check about the in audit system in conformity. So therefore in audit we have also some major NC, minor NC observations. Islam has also recommended us 6 way of the findings. So this is very important. If we have the violation of farz and wajib, so the thing in the product, the raw material or the process will become non-halal or haram. In this way, the major NC will be recorded, and there is only 2 type of the correction or corrective actions: the elimination and to removal or withdrawal of halal certificate. The second, if there is the violation of the sunnah or mustahab way, the desired options, so this become the product or the raw material or the process makruh, disliked in Sharia, and it will be observation at maximum a minor NC that can be recommended for corrective actions. So in this way, the Islamic affairs expert, when he go, so he will take care about this Sharia rulings and Sharia responsibilities. These are the some responsibilities and the competency of Islamic affairs experts in the light of CIMIC 2 and other standards. So I will skip this. For these remarks, thank you very much for the occasion and opportunity. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If is there any question, we can take questions for 5 minutes.
Sayın Genel Sekreterim çok teşekkür
Thank you very much, Mr. General Secretary, for giving me the floor. And distinguished academicians, thank you very much. They are all very illuminating. First, I will give information and then a question to Ömer. In his presentation, he talked about amongst OIC member countries, it would be good to have a tourism office. Maybe regarding this matter, I would like to come up with a clarification. I mean, OIC, I am in the Economic and Trade Relations Committee, Standing Committee of OIC. So in COMSEC, I know it's COMSEC. I am working in COMSEC, lady says. And we are, one of our 7 cooperation areas is tourism. So OIC member countries, if they attach importance to something for tourism, so we prepare research reports and we're trying to illuminate them. And within this perspective, regarding Muslim-friendly tourism, we do have 3-phase examinations, report studies. If you would like to see them, you can see them, find them on our system. Because there are also some policy recommendations for countries to implement. And also we organize private sector tourism forum to mobilize private sector. Of course, OIC at the global scale, in terms of being an organization, it has periodical ministers of tourism meetings. Of course, you are talking about establishing a specific office, but the establishment processes can take time. For that reason, I just wanted to share there are things happening also to illuminate the participants. My question is, halal standards for tourism sector, clarifying them can be very profitable for enterprises, facilities, you said. This is a personal question, being interested in this area. In one of morning's presentations, Department Head Erdem Bey told us that sometimes one product can be defined as halal publicly, but abroad by some communities, this might be a negative matter of choice. And tourism is also specific to itself. And some facilities do not just host Muslim target audiences. So there are people coming from other countries. So some enterprises may not opt for it for that reason, being fully halal. So of course, the reason we are being here is to come up with a joint standard, common standard. So this is why we are here in integrity principle, to have an integrity principle. But can every region have their own prescription? Of course, we need to have standards, clear standards, and we need to mobilize these standards. But sometimes, for example, in some provinces, hotels and service groups can be prioritized. This my question is, a country, in terms of halal tourism, when adopting a strategy, can they come up with some specific prescription strategies for themselves?
COMSEC gerçekten bu alanda en köklü yapılanmalardan bir tanesi.
COMSEC is one of the most established structures. I established the first legal entity in Süleyman Demirel University. It was a research center, and we have been following up the activities of COMSEC, and they have provided very good reports. But what I was mentioning was an operational unit that ensures networking. In the World Tourism Organization, just like the Sustainable Tourism Department, they have regular activities and events, not only in the area of hotels, but also in the demand side. It is making the tourism market more visible. This is what we expect, more operational unit. COMSEC activities and operations are mainly focusing on research. It is more academic. I think it should be more focusing on the field. Secondly, some hotels are launching themselves as having a halal certificate. Is it a disadvantage? Maybe the others will not come just because of that. There can be different points of view, but these hotels must take a decision. The operational services that you are providing will have to be divided, because there are some private mahrem services like spa services or mahrem beach services, so special facilities for men and women. If you want to appeal to a Muslim community, you have to do it in implementation. You have to take a decision. If you want both people to come, both Muslims and non-Muslims, but how can we overcome this problem? This is a question mark. If a hotel has this concern, if they want to have customers from all groups, this means that there is no hotel identity. As I mentioned in my presentation, we don't see good examples. In 2015, the Russian aircraft crashed in Syria. We crashed it. So the Russian tourists did not come. And many conventional hotels started to say that we are a Muslim hotel. They started to, provide mahram areas, so they wanted to attract the Muslim tourists. So we have to take a decision. Which market do we serve? Which is our target group? Even when the construction of the hotel starts, we have to think and decide, starting from the construction of the hotel.
And thank you very much for the moderator to give me the chance, and thank you very much for all the panelists. My question would like to address to the Dr. Mufti Said. Okay, Doctor, based on your knowledge, as far you know, as I see your all the presentations is quite comprehensive in terms of the halal concept, especially for the halal Islamic affair expert. My question is, what you would like to advise for the Islamic affair expert as they have to audit based on the several different standards on the same time. If they are from the CB, would like to certify for the several standards, maybe GSO, SMIC standard, MS, or maybe Indonesia or MUIS from the Singapore as well. So what is the best advice for the Islamic affairs expert for them to conduct the auditing? On the same time, we have to look into the harmonizing the standard. This is my first question. The second question is halal accreditation. Is it any different term for the halal accreditation standard on the Islamic affairs expert? Is it any term difference than the for the CAB term? That is my second question. And I would like to add for a comment for there's a young lady asking about the how to harmonize the hotel for the Muslim friendly. I would like to share a bit, just less than 1 minute. I am from Malaysia. We have the certification for the hotel, but because we have to cater the tourists, non-Muslim tourists as well in the hotel. But hotel would like to serve the alcoholic drinks. If most of the CB, I think under the JAKIM, the concept, if the hotel serving the alcoholic drinks, they are not allowed to the certify. Sorry, I'm from the Sarawak. We allowed it because we are
Management system audits, and second, how can is there any particular requirement for Islamic affairs expert in the for the halal accreditation bodies Islamic affairs expert? If the question is that, so as per my information till now, there is no particular developed requirements or competency criteria for Islamic affairs expert in the AB standards, just like OIC CIMIC 3, GSO Part 3 and other standards. Yes, as per my information, this is in process and under development in the GSO sectors, and yes, definitely in CIMIC as well. We will check about it. So until we have the same quality and the same criteria of competence of the Islamic affairs experts in the halal CB, in halal AB sectors. Thank you.
Is there any other question? If there isn't any, I will end the session here. Thank you again for your presentations and also for your participation and attendance. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu.
Thank you so much, our speakers. Değerli misafirler, kıymetli konuklar, şimdi
Distinguished guests, now we have the certificate ceremony and then we're going to have the awards ceremony. CIMIC General Secretary Islam Ümit, you are invited to the floor for the certificate ceremony. The certificates, please.
Mustafa Süleyman Beşti.
Mustafa Süleyman Beşti, thank you very much.
Profesör Doktor Ömer Akgüntekin hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim katılımları, katkıları için. Doktor Ruba El Tavabiya hanımefendiye çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you so much. Cafer, tamam.
to organize the data. We have the data in everywhere. To take the data and trace it is very important. So thank you also for the contribution to this very crucial item as traceability. Thank you. So the next speaker is the Mevlana Mohammed Said Navlaki from Sanha, from South Africa. He will give the speech about the development of halal certification across different regions of the globe, faith, trust, and the architecture of a global halal economy. So, because you are not the last speaker, you have 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay. How you want? Okay. How you want? The floor is yours.
Firstly, I must thank our organizers, HAC, and the fantastic people that we have around us and the audience for firstly giving us an invitation to be here and sitting very patiently to listen to us. We thank you all. It is an honor for us to be here with you on this first International Halal Accreditation Congress. And it's not a very easy task. You know, there are several accreditation organizations across the world, but Turkey and HAC and CIMIC are those that understood the need for this Congress and have arranged it accordingly. We're not here simply to tick boxes or to discuss details of halal accreditation as certification accreditation procedures. We're here to discuss something very much more vital, and that is the restoration of trust. We'll explore a remarkable journey around the globe, and I know it's going to be a bit of a tough one to go around the world talking about the different areas and regions of halal certification and how it has evolved from local community-based assurance systems into a critical pillar of a $3 trillion global Islamic economy. This story spans continents, from the state leadership of Malaysia, and we've heard it earlier yesterday that Malaysia is now in this century, but going back to the late 1800s, it was Sultan Abdul Majid that had introduced halal certification. So we'll go from the state leadership of Malaysia to the miracle of the 2% minority of South Africa. But before we go there, let's just go back in time a little. Imagine for a moment a small village market just a century ago, 100 years ago, right in front of you. You are standing before the local butcher. The local butcher is a person that you know. You don't only know him, you know his father, you know his entire family. And you're there to buy a piece of meat from him. But the meat that he is going to be selling you, you saw the animals just yesterday in the fields, grazing on the hillside. You know exactly how he's slaughtered. You know his actions. You don't only know the words that he said, Bismillah, but you actually see him slaughtering in the village. Trust at that time wasn't a certificate on the wall. It was a handshake. It was personal knowledge. It was community oversight. This was true amana, true trust, tangible and visible. Now blink your eyes again. And you are now in the year 2026, standing in a bright air-conditioned supermarket in Riyadh. London, Islamabad, or Ankara, they all look the same. These supermarkets of the FMCG industry. You pick up a package of chicken. That product didn't come from the hillside next door. It travels through a global supply chain, thousands and thousands of miles away. Between that bird and your dinner table, there lies an invisible factory. Slaughterers, food processors, vats, labs, chemists, all unknown to you. You're confused. Can you eat this or can't you? And now the visual verification our ancestors relied on is now gone. In its place, there's a crisis of confidence until we built this new bridge of halal certification and people began to be comfortable to eat again. Now let's start our global tour. We go to Southeast Asia, where in the last 4 decades, it was this region that paid attention to this important facet of halal certification. They understood decades ago that halal was not just a dietary niche, it was a national and economic strength and strategic priority. This region provided the visionary response in the 70s already. Malaysia and Indonesia, Jakim proactively moved trust from the village to the state. If we look at Indonesia, they codified halal into law. For 230 million souls, halal is no longer an option. They proved that for halal to survive the 21st century, it must be integrated into the highest levels of national governance. Now we move to the Gulf states. While Southeast Asia focused on fortifying its global network, the Gulf states leveraged their massive procurement muscle as the world's primary destination for halal imports. The GCC nations are actually the guardians of the gate. They understood that market power is a spiritual tool. By enforcing strict, non-negotiable standards, the SFDA, SASO, IAC, INAS, MUIAT, they forced global giants in Chicago and Sao Paulo to respect their values. They sent auditors to the Brazilian rainforest and the Australian outback. Moving on to the paradox of the minority. We'll skip that. Look at the Indo-Pak subcontinent. As we move into this region, we confront the challenge of complacency and high-density populations. We had to break the assumption that geography is a guarantee of halal status. And many a times people think like that. In the early days when we went to Pakistan, people would think that, look, what are you doing here? Everything in Pakistan is halal, even if it comes from wherever. As soon as the air of Pakistan touches the product, it converts and it becomes halal. So the discovery of haram ingredients and products was a shock to the system. It wasn't just blind acceptance. Pakistan's Halal Authority and the Ministry of Science and Technology led the change, moving from blind trust to verified integrity. They taught us that in the age of complex food chemistry, you cannot verify molecular items with religious texts and scholars alone. You needed a microscope and you needed a lab coat and a technician. The technical auditor is now the scholar's essential partner. We cannot skip this country out. We look at Turkey. At a critical juncture in the global halal journey, we discuss this nation. Their model shows a unique and essential evolution of the grassroots advocacy to state-led standardization. The movement was pioneered in the early 2000s by private sectors and private actors like Gimdes. They recognized the gap and the growing domestic demand for religious halal compliance. The most important date, however, in this entire slide is 2010, the founding of the SMIIC CIMIC in Istanbul. It positioned Turkey as the definitive venue for harmonizing of halal standards across the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Then we seek the state's direct technical commitment, which started in 2011 with the Turkish Standards Institute, beginning with halal certification. Timeline ends with the establishment of HAC. Organizers of this Congress in 2015, they provided the mandatory legal framework for overseeing global certification bodies. This complete ecosystem built around the core CIMIC values and standards is a great model of technical conformity and oversight. We now travel to my home country, South Africa, and I cannot omit that either. We have to witness what I describe here in this country as the miracle of the 2%, because we're only 2% in terms of the Muslim population, yet we build a global model of integrity. How was this? For us, integrity was survival. Living in a multicultural minority setting required a flawless system that both retailers and consumers could trust. Our leadership recognized the need and led the progress way back in the late 50s and the early 60s. For us, integrity was survival. And the result? Today, 60 to 70% of all FMCG products in major South African retailers carry the halal logo. Halal is just not for Muslims. Halal is trusted by all South African citizens as a mark of premium quality. Non-Muslims actively look out for the logo because they trust the integrity of the progress of the entire process from farm to shelf.
I give the 2 minutes that Mr. Rabbi didn't use. Okay.
You're handing it over to me.
Yes.
You're a star. Thank you.
Yes.
So we look at the diaspora now, the grassroots watchdogs, and these are people in the Western countries of Europe, whether it be Canada, whether it be the UK, whether it be the rest of Europe. They form the diaspora, and they've also, at grassroots level, did a lot to get there. But the main slide that I want to get to is after harmonization of CIMIC, and I think CIMIC is that thread that we all need to hold on to and really weave ourselves through it to be able to reach the pinnacle of this work that we're doing. So I'm going to get to the most important slide, and that is the bane of multiple halal accreditation. This is the heart of my message, and really we cannot emphasize this sufficiently. We must address the distress cause of multiple halal accreditation. The previous slides discuss standards harmonization, but this discusses accreditation harmonization. Regulatory complexity. The existence of multiple accreditation bodies creates a fragmented landscape. It is this exact complexity that places tremendous financial strain on halal certification bodies, and it really complicates international trade. The Western world cannot understand why they have to be audited by multiple accreditations throughout the year. Throughout the year, HCBs are scheduling accreditation audit after accreditation audit. Multiple accreditations impose significant financial and resource burdens, inflating costs for everyone, from certifying bodies down to Muslim consumers paying a premium. Accreditation must be embraced. It is the solution, but we've got to unify it, and we've got to create a centralized accreditation. Like ISO has the GACI, we have IFHAP. We have seen in the slides, in the presentations earlier, it was formed in 2023. But yet, within 2026 and 2027, offices have been established, but we are not seeing results yet. I think it's about time that CIMIC puts a lot more weight behind this to make it a reality. We need a centralized, harmonized framework. It isn't just about efficiency, it is about essential scalability and strengthening the halal system globally. And finally, this weight of amana, we cannot lose sight of. Every sector and every section of this global halal ecosystem must focus on this. We must step back from the spreadsheets that we use, from the forms and documentation that we use, and return to where we began. We are just not administrators. We are just not auditors. We are keepers of the sacred trust. The minute we lose focus of that sacred trust, we've lost the objective of the activity that we do. When a mother feeds her family a certified halal product, she is trusting us with her family's spiritual well-being. The consumer picks up that package and trusts that we're doing the work they can no longer do. Our task is to ensure that the chain of trust never breaks. Let us work together with ihsan, with excellence, and also with ihsan of CIMIC, so that we could reach our goal together. If we hold hands and walk this path, we will achieve the impossible. Jazakumullahu khair. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much. With this graphically and contently wonderful maybe presentation, we came from when the earth is a cloud of dust to today with your help in the halal certification and accreditation process. I think the message goes very well to the place. Thank you. So the next speaker is Mr. Adem Çetinay from Sigma Australia. He is the vice chair of Sigma. So he will speak development of halal certification across different regions with a focus on Australia. Thank you, Mr. Çetinay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. I'm thinking of taking 5 minutes of Walid's time as well, so be prepared. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Zafer Soylu for his kind invitation, the chairman of Halal Accreditation Agency, and also to Dr. Mehta and his team for this wonderful organization. It's been a great 2 days. It's atmosphere, marvelous location here, so well done to those involved. I was asked to discuss the development of in Australia. We've got 4 different people from different continents, and we're talking about similar things, but my focus is going to be about what goes on in Australia, because it's slightly different. There is some government involvement in there, and I'll discuss that today. So the first slide will look at the key stages in the timeline. So between the 1960s and 70s, which was the early stage of halal certification, it was basic halal slaughter practices primarily driven by the need to meet the export demand from the Middle Eastern markets. Between 74 and the early 80s, government involvement started, particularly in halal supervision for export meat, which marked the beginning of formal oversight. During the 1990s, there was more formal recognition of Islamic organization as halal certifiers, which allowed them to play an official role in supporting export requirements. In 1997, a major milestone was actually reached with the establishment of the Australian Government Authorised Halal Program, which is known as AGAHP, which created a structural national system for halal export certification. During the 2000s, the framework was further strengthened. Export establishments were regulated by DAF, which is the Department approved Islamic organizations we became supervising religious compliance. It introduced regular audits and certification controls. This allowed Australia's expansion into the global market. From 2010 to the present day, the system has evolved into a regulatory framework characterised by strong government involvement and regulation, active religious supervisions by AIOs, and on-plant vets by the government. Continuous compliance monitoring and auditing, that's 4 audits per year. So the SMIC standard requires 1 audit mandatory for abattoirs, but in Australia we actually have a minimum of 4, so 1 every quarter. So it's further nutted down. So ongoing growth in the halal market access also. So this slide clearly demonstrates that halal certification in Australia has transitioned from informal market-driven practices to highly regulated and integrated systems combining government legislation and oversight, religious compliance mechanisms, industry participation. This evolution actually is positioned as a trusted global supplier of halal certified meat products. The Australian meat export inspection system comprises many components. This also includes Australia's animal health systems, strong legislative controls, compliance with importing country requirements, government verification and oversight at registered establishments. Australia's food regulation system is regarded as world-class and gives Australia's food export industry a competitive advantage. Australia's food regulation system is multi-tiered with food safety, the responsibility of the states and territory governments for domestic producers and food businesses. The Australian government authorised halal program, which I discussed, that was established in the 1990s, was one of the world's first programs which involved government supervision of halal meat exports. This makes Australia one of the few countries in the world with a legislated system in place for export of halal red meat and red meat products. Note that this is only for export and does not include the domestic Australian market. Australia's export legislation provides the legal framework for the preparation, identification, processing, storage, segregation and certification of halal red meat and meat products for export. Export registered establishments, the halal certification bodies, otherwise known as, like I said, the approved Islamic organizations, and DAF, all play an integral role or a part in halal slaughter and processing for exports from Australia. Legislative responsibilities for the production of halal red meat intended for export are shared between DAF, the AIOs, and export registered red meat establishments. So we, as the halal certification bodies, the AIOs, we have the responsibility for the religious aspect of the production of halal meat, including slaughter. The HCBs must be approved by the importing country to provide halal certification for red meat and meat products, as you all know. They must also hold an approved arrangement with DAF, which includes training and supervision of Muslim slaughtermen, supervision and auditing of establishments. So the AIOs issue Australian government halal certificates, which is a joint function with DAF, and conduct the audits of registered export meat establishments. DAF reviews and endorses the approved arrangements of the halal certification bodies and the establishments. DAF also performs audits, verification of non-religious operations of the establishment, including AIO compliance. So that's important, non-religious components. So they do not get involved in any religious aspect of the process at all. Export registered red meat establishment approved arrangement, which addresses the halal production of red meat, relevant importing country requirements. The AA must also include details of the HCBs certifying the establishment's product. Only halal species are permitted for slaughter where an approved arrangement covers halal. So that's important. It's dedicated halal only, these abattoirs. Segregation of halal and non-conforming product must also be described within the establishment's approved arrangement. That's also approved by us, the halal certification body. So it's like their manual, isn't it, the halal program. The establishment must ensure that all product is segregated and completely and correctly during production, storage and transport. Only halal red meat and meat products that are compliant with the AGAHP, in addition to importing country requirements, are eligible for an official Australian government halal certificate. The halal meat official mark must be applied to halal meat intended for export. So every halal meat intended for export will have that generic halal logo on there. the mark must be applied before the halal meat is removed from the export registered red meat establishment where it was actually slaughtered. So it must have that mark first. The official halal meat mark is actually legislated with the mark applied using controlled official government stamps. Legislation requires that the mark be defaced where halal integrity is lost. So obviously if there's an issue with that carton or box, that mark is defaced. So it's crossed off, ripped off, defaced as whatever it's in the halal program. The number of the export establishment where the operations, where the abattoir was, is actually put on there where the letter A is. So you might see a number there like 106. So that'll be the establishment's actual number. The official halal meat is only applied obviously where DAF and OAOs are satisfied that the red meat meets all halal certification requirements. This slide about MyCore basically is the requirements set by the Australia's Agricultural Export Trading Partners. These are requirements that exporters and the Department of Agriculture must meet for products and commodities to be accepted for import into specific overseas countries. Exporters must meet requirements for products and commodities to be accepted for import into specific overseas countries. Exporters must comply with the Export Control Act and also associated rules when exporting commodities from Australia. So this really helps exporters understand the requirements for each country. So rather than having to dig through themselves, they have a system developed, so whatever the important requirement is for that particular country, it'll help the exporter navigate through all the documents and all the things that are actually required. The final slide, so I won't have to take into Walid's time, hopefully. Just a bit of background on us, Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat in Australia. We were actually established legally in 1992. Before that, it was probably more informal, the local mosques actually doing some of that work. So at the moment, we've got 10 Islamic societies that are members of our organisation, of our association. So we are actually recognised and accredited from all the halal markets around the world that have got schemes such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, just to name a few. We are a not-for-profit organisation, so we're working for the community, and all profits are donated back to the community and community organisations. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. It is very interesting maybe issue that population have a majority of non-Muslim country is making a halal regulation inside. So it is a unique example, not so much in the world that we can see. Okay.
Well, I should just add that probably the good point is unique, probably that way Australia has a lot of the export dollar. It's very neat in the export market, so it needs to protect that environment. It's very protected. We want to make sure that everyone is doing the same thing in the right way. So because of that competitiveness and the amount of revenue that they're out, they are basically very high.
So we see the also power of the global trade on this issue. Thank you for your presentation. Now we begin from the Europe, go to the South Africa, and then Australia. So our world tour will end today at Brazil. So Mr. Walid Ora will be the speaker coming from the CDR as the CEO of the CDR. Will give a speech. Before his speech, I want to emphasize that we cannot take all our accredited CBs here to talk as you referred. So all CBs are our CBs. We have to choose from different continents and for the speak, and in the same continents, does not mean that we differ. So all the CBs that are created are our CBs, but we have to have 4 different continents and 4 people to speak. So because of this, it's like that. We do not have the floor for 20 or 30 CBs. Maybe one day we can have the Congress that take all the CBs to speak here one day maybe, but today it is only 4 CBs from 4 different continents. So I think the last of the whole Congress, all are tired, I see from the faces, but feeling that a happy tiredness maybe. The last words are to Mr. Walid Yusuf Ora, Halal certification in South America, building the past, navigating the present, shaping the future. According to me, you have 10 minutes. According to Mr. Navlaki, you can speak whenever you want.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وأنفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. I'm grateful to be here today in front of you. I hope I can add value to those insightful presentations. I'm just waiting for the presentation to be on the panel, and then we can start. You all probably either heard or tasted the Brazilian chicken or the Brazilian beef barbecue. Don't worry, I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about the evolution of the halal certification in South America as a non-Muslim country or continent. Okay. So this presentation is about offers a perspective of South America on the development of halal certification, and with emphasis on Brazil as the regional anchor and Argentina as a complementary strategic case. It examines how the sector began, how it evolved in maturity, and why its next stage will depend on a stronger management system, harmonization, and digital trust. So it's related to almost every subject of the presentation that we had today. Brazil and Latin America play a critical role in the global halal supply, as you all know. Brazil stands today as one of the world's leading exporters of halal protein, particularly in poultry and beef, supported by a strong industrial capacity and decades of market experience. Annually, halal-compliant animal protein exports from Brazil alone are estimated between 20 to 25 billion US dollars. Positioning the country as the key supplier to major international markets. From a strategic perspective, the region is not only a commercial player, but also a pillar of food security globally, especially for OIC countries and GCC countries as well, where dependence on imported protein is significant. However, maintaining this position goes beyond volume. Certification maturity has become a decisive factor. Robust credibility, the internationally recognized halal certification systems are essential to sustain market access and support the future of South American halal industry. So going to the past, in brief, the Brazilian halal journey has a concrete historical arc. Available literature places the first halal poultry exports in the mid-1970s, according to our competitors in the market from Brás. However, international time towards major milestones from 1980, onward, including the first certificate, the founding of CDL, international recognition, and the expansion of its services into other countries such as Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, Guatemala, and Mexico. And our case is very similar to what was exposed by Maulana. We have started with credible entities. It started as Dawa in Brazil, and then it evolved as a demand and as an opportunity along the decades. In the earliest phase, Halal in South America was primarily operational. The focus was not yet on certification architecture, but on whether slaughter routines met Islamic requirements in a way imported markets could trust. So nothing to do with norms. The framework relied on by certificate alone. It depends on technical auditing, religion. Okay, so that's how Brazil, as a non-Muslim country, see it. While ABIAC, the largest association of animal protein, indicates that
depend on preserving trust while reducing unnecessary duplication. HAC indicates that if HAC brings together 24 accreditation bodies across 23 countries, while the broader agenda increasingly emphasizes multilateral recognition, rely on harmonization, mutual recognition, and robust digital infrastructure. Next, please. It in South America has evolved from a plant-level operational model into a broader quality infrastructure shaped by supervision, certification, and management system. Brazil consolidated its role as the regional anchor through religious compliance, industrial scale, and export capacity, driven by the harmonization, traceability, and the system-wide recognition. And as a final message, the Halal journey in South America began with operational assurance at plant level and evolved into structured certification management system. Brazil consolidated its role as a regional anchor by combining institutional maturity with industrial scale and export capacity, while the next phase must point towards standardization, mutual recognition between ABs, and digital trust. Thank you. This is how we see it.
Let's discuss. But then there is no